Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Tipper drivers in Nigeria pledged to restore order and discipline on Nigerian roads. A Rivers State University official warns against online promotion of drug use. On the foreign scene, Iran executes 3 convicts over anti-government protest. Now the detail. The leadership of the Tipper Drivers Association of Nigeria, TDAN, has pledged to restore order on the nation's roads and enforce discipline among its members. Speaking to Today FM's Magnus Unwa shortly after the inauguration of the association's state executive officers, TDAN Chairman Peter Nadi said issues such as illegal task forces, double taxation and reckless driving had already been addressed prior to the new administration taking office. He added that within the next 100 days, the association would implement further reforms aimed at improving operations and ensuring professionalism among members.
Tipper driver on the road now apply freely, no molestation, no intimidation. And as a former state admin, the secretary, I work tirelessly from the foundation and make sure that drivers were protected from unfavorable legal condition. And now I've been in power. We now have other projects we want to execute and reform Tipper Drivers Association. From now henceforth, within my 100 days in office, I will start my projects which I promised them in my manifesto.
In their separate remarks, the Secretary General of the Association, Prince Divine, and the Electoral Committee Chairman, Peter Destin Orji, noted that TDAN had previously faced numerous challenges without clear solutions. They, however, expressed optimism about the future, promising to work collaboratively with the state government, particularly the Ministry of Transport, to reposition the sector for greater efficiency and sustainability.
Everybody's rejoicing because a new dawn where we expect that there will be changes in the association. For the past 9 years, the association has been suffering for management and some irregularities. So we believe that we are going to change the narrative in the Tipper Drivers Association.
The issue of no violence, preaching to them, announcing to them, because I've already lectured our members on how to be calm in every situation. We are Tipper drivers. We have seen a lot in life. So coming here to make noise does not make a good sense. So that's why you see that everybody conducted himself in an orderly manner.
A former agricultural development program manager, Vitalis Chinda Bule, has expressed concern over what he described as the continued neglect of Nigeria's maritime sector despite its vast economic potential. Chinda Bule criticized both the federal and Rivers State governments for what he called over-dependent on crude oil, noting that little attention has been given to harnessing resources from the nation's waterways. He also faulted the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, headed by Adeboyega Oyetola, accusing it of making policy pronouncements without corresponding implementation or actionable strategies. According to him, foreign nationals continue to exploit Nigeria's waters through illegal fishing activities, often exporting the same fish back into the country, a situation he described as unacceptable.
The over-dependence on crude oil and neglecting the agri sector. These are the blue economy where we can harness our fishery potential. And the federal government of Nigeria, they have paid this year for the resources that are clearable from our maritime sector. They normally go on air, on paper, on policies without implementation, without actually investing on blue economy. People from other foreign nationals, from Cameroon, Ghana, Togolese, and other West African neighboring countries, they come into our River State, Nigerian federal waters and fish all our Pacific potential. That's a bad omen. So it's high time for both the state government and the federal government to invest on blue potentials and maritime blue economy.
Chinda Bule recalled efforts by former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, who invested in the sector through the acquisition of deep-sea fishing trawlers. He said the initiative, which could have created jobs and boosted revenue, was abandoned by subsequent administrations, leading to its eventual collapse.
When Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi was the governor of Rivers, he was able to invest. He purchased about 6 or 7 fishing trawlers. And as he left office, government is supposed to be a continuity. Everything crumbled. Unfortunately, the state government and the Ministry of Agriculture did not engage in those deep potentials, engage real actionable strategy of maximizing those 6 or 7 fishing trawlers in order to make more money for the state and for the country. And I think that program just went into the drain.
The concerns come amid recent observations by Today FM correspondent Olawale Sanusi during a Nigerian Navy exercise in the Gulf of Guinea, which there was a noticeably poor presence of Nigerian fishing trawlers at sea, raising further questions about local participation in the maritime industry. The head of the Department of Environmental Management at the Rivers State University, Chukwudi Ohanunna, has emphasized that waste materials such as plastics can be converted into eco-friendly products to reduce the rising cases of air pollution. Ohanunna made this known in an interview with Today FM's Magnus Umwa, noting that adopting a sustaining waste-to-wealth initiative would promote a cleaner and healthier environment. He further observed that the effect of climate change being experienced globally are largely due to poor environmental practices, adding that even sewage can be harnessed for electricity generation.
Environmental sustainability is the pivot of any meaningful thing or business that we want to undertake. The waste to wealth, rather than discarding this waste and creating various forms of pollution, this waste can be channeled into useful resources, even for the sewage that is being discarded indiscriminately, causing water pollution and the spread of communicable diseases. Research has shown that sewage can be put into good use and that it can be used to generate electricity. So this is what the waste to wealth initiative is all about.
The head of department, however, called on government and relevant stakeholders to take environmental issues more seriously, stressing that the sector holds significant potential for job creation, innovation and entrepreneurship.
And I'm encouraging government at all levels that they should stop treating environmental issues with kid gloves. Environmental issues should be given the attention that it deserves, because it has the capacity of bringing youth together. Apart from solving our climate and pollution issues, it has the capacity of creating employment opportunities and various training programs for the youth. And we know if we do this for the youth, we have also helped in tackling youth restlessness and crime.
Meanwhile, the chairman of the Anti-Drug Abuse Committee at Rivers State University, Promise Anili, has raised concern over what he described as the growing trend of content creators publicly engaging in illicit drug use on social media. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Uloma Musu, Anili condemned the behavior as unacceptable, warning that such online displays risk normalizing substance abuse, particularly among young and impressionable users. He noted that social media platforms now play a powerful role in shaping attitudes and behaviors, making it important to scrutinize the kind of content being shared. Anili cautioned that glamorizing drug use online could worsen existing substance abuse challenges and mislead viewers into perceiving harmful practices as acceptable or desirable. He urged greater responsibility among content creators and stakeholders in addressing the influence of digital media on public health and youth behavior.
It's totally wrong, because it creates a negative influence on the citizens, especially the young ones. They may wrongly think that is the way to go. It's unacceptable. It should be discouraged. Social media has become a huge influence in our society today. We need to monitor what is put out there. We need to be sure that we're putting out the right message. So smoking illicit substance, posting for whatever reason is totally unacceptable. It should be discouraged because it has a lot of negative influence, especially on the young ones.
You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Student of the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology have blocked the main entrance of the institution in protest over poor hostel conditions and lack of basic amenities, disrupting access for staff and other students. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowa reports that the aggrieved boarding students accused the school management of prolonged neglect, citing months without electricity, inadequate water supply, and overflowing unsanitary toilets that they say pose serious health risks. They also complained about overcrowded infrastructure and a shortage of classrooms, which they say has worsened learning conditions on campus. The protesting students called on the River State government, led by Siminala Ifubara, alongside the State Commissioner for Education and the Ministry of Health, to urgently intervene. They lamented that despite paying significant hostel fees, they're forced to source water outside the school premises along the Korea Expressway, describing the situation as unsafe and unacceptable.
Poor water supply, poor environment, poor power supply, bad environment, and lack of classrooms. The students are actually suffering from infection because of the bad toilet. The food cost here is very, very high. So these are the problems passing through in college of health. The school environment is not looking like a health facility.
We don't have light, and dead bodies disturbing us, and our toilets have filled up. They are not saying anything about it. No conducive toilet. We need constant water. This dead body that is disturbing us, we don't want it again. We need new beds, construction of the hostel. The toilet that is filled up, we don't need it. We want them to work on it.
A man battling serious kidney-related health challenges, Chief Ugochukwu Lucky Ibikwe, has accused a senior police officer in Port Harcourt of unlawfully detaining him for over 65 days, despite multiple court orders granting him bail. In a petition filed through his lawyer, Senior Advocate of Nigeria Damian Okoro, Lucky Ibikwe alleged the CSP Omar John Sini, head of investigation for the Special Prosecution Team on Petroleum Product Theft, has kept him in custody since his arrest in February over unproven allegations of illegal bunkering. He argued that his continued detention violates the constitutional presumption of innocence and described the bail conditions initially imposed by the police as excessive, punitive, and deliberately designed to keep him incarcerated. Following a legal challenge, the Federal High Court in Umuahia granted him bail, but he was rearrested immediately after his release on April 2, 2026 on fresh allegations of money laundering without being formally charged to court. A subsequent ruling by High Court in Oyibo on April 21, 2026 again granted him bail on liberal terms. Yet his legal team claims the police have refused to comply with the order, prompting further petitions to top government officials, including the Inspector General of Police and the National Security Advisor. The petition emphasized that Lucky Ibikwe, a kidney transplant patient suffering from acute hypertension, has experienced worsening health conditions due to prolonged detention, raising serious humanitarian and legal concerns. In response, CSP Omar John Sini confirmed awareness of the court orders, but justified his refusal to release the suspect by citing plans to appeal the ruling and alleging threats to his life from Lucky Ibikwe, a claim the detainee's legal team strongly disputes. The managing director of Afloxin International, Ambassador Florence Musuibe, has appealed to the River State government, led by Governor Siminala Ifubara, to urgently consider the reconstruction of Cornerstone Road and its adjoining streets through Choba NTA Road. Musuibe made the appeal during the dedication of their newly constructed duplex and the celebration of the 6th birthday of their son, Winnie Anderson, over the weekend in Port Harcourt. Florence Musuibe, who also serves as the Director of Welfare at the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, FISIMA, expressed joy over the double celebration in her family, but lamented that the deplorable condition of Cornerstone Road is negatively affecting residents and road users. She cited the difficulties experienced by guests attending the event, noting that some vehicles broke down due to the poor state of the road and also reflected on their humble beginnings, expressing gratitude to God for sustaining the family and advised others to remain steadfast in faith for family growth and stability.
I'm so happy to celebrate 6 years birthday of my son today, and I'm so happy for coming to this area, and a lot of people are here. Everybody is so excited. People love this place, but the only challenge they have is that they complained about the road. The Cornerstone Road is horrible, and it's a road that everybody, in fact, people want to come in this place. The road is very bad. I'm pleading our dear able governor Similae to come to our rescue. They'll be hearing that the road has been awarded. Cars are spoiling. People that came, they were all complaining the road is bad.
Some guests at the event expressed satisfaction with the housewarming ceremony and the 6th birthday celebration of Winnie, but also decried the poor condition of Cornerstone Road, calling for urgent government intervention.
The road is not good, especially those people using saloon cars. If the governor would do something as soon as possible, it will be a great honor. And the estate is so massive and beautiful. They have new developing houses. So I think their constraint is the road. Please, they have good security, because some of my friends' car was parked outside and nothing was done. Nobody impounded it. So please, they should concentrate on the road.
So the party is amazing, but one issue that we had is the access road. Very bad. It was very, very challenging to get here, and where we are coming to is close to the road, but because the road is very bad, it took us so long to get here.
We had fun. Just there's one challenge I had. I wasn't expecting the road, the entrance, their beautiful home to be this bad. It was really, really bad.
The travel and hospitality management agent, alongside her husband, Anderson Muswibe, who is the chief executive officer of A-Floxin Limited, also appreciated friends and well-wishers who took time out of their busy schedules to attend the housewarming and birthday celebration of their son, Winnie Anderson. Today FM's correspondent, who was also at the event, reports that the celebration climaxed with the cutting of the housewarming and birthday cake, attended by dignitaries from all walks of life, including the immediate past president of FISIMA, Sir Mike Ilichi, a representative of G20, the managing director, CEO of Godi Chemical International, Chief Godwin Etim, Chikodi Dike Emmanuel Obunda, Chief Emeka Ezekwe Tony Nwubo, Edoan Hansen, among others. On the foreign scene, Iran has executed 3 men convicted of involvement in anti-government protests that swept the country between December and January, underscoring an intensifying crackdown amid ongoing regional tensions. According to the judiciary's Mizan Online, Mehdi Rousli and Mohammed Miri were accused of acting as agents for Mossad and participating in violent unrest in Mashhad, including the killing of a security officer. The executions were carried out after Iran's Supreme Court upheld their death sentences. The developments come amid a broader surge in arrests and executions linked to protests initially sparked by rising living costs, which authorities say later returned violent with alleged foreign backing from the United States and Israel. The unrest followed heightened instability after a U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran in February and a fragile ceasefire that has yet to yield a lasting peace. Iranian officials say more than 3,000 people died during the protest, attributing the violence to what they describe as externally driven terrorist acts. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The leadership of Tipper Drivers Association of Nigeria has pledged to restore order and discipline on Nigerian roads. We told you that a River State University official has warned against online promotion of drug use. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Iran executes 3 convicts over anti-government protests. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818 389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Let Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Well, this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's a beautiful evening, 18:32, that's fast. 2 minutes past 6. Today is the 4th day in May 2026. I'm Queen Chima. How has your day been? It's a good Monday, a good way to start the week. I think it depends if Monday is one of your favorite days in the week. If it is, I guess you may have had a great week, a great start for the week. But if it's not, maybe you're saying, Queen, I wish the weekend didn't have to end. But here we are, and we're hours into Monday already. So welcome to What's on Your Mind, where I want to get into your head. I saw the story that was quite touching for me because I think that I've had a conversation with someone about it recently, and it's the chairman of Anti-Drug Abuse Committee at River State University, Promise Anele, raising concern over what he described as the growing trend of content creators publicly engaging in illicit drug use on social media. So I think sometime last week I was talking to a public analyst, and he was highlighting how the change in our country would have to begin from young people, and especially from our education and the education sector. Young people would have to sit up. Then he was talking about how alarming, he said from his research, how alarming the use of drug, illicit use of drug is, and who is consuming these drugs? Young people. So there's a lot of work done that's being done, right, by authorities who regulate drugs, illicit drug abuse and substances. However, much needs to be done from the family level, from community level, on individual basis, even you listening, right? And that's been ringing in my head since I read that story. But I'd like to find out what's on your mind this evening. Tell me by calling 0810-951-0951. You can call that number. You can also do a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
What is on my mind is the sudden movement of Peter Obi and Kwankwaso movement to NDC.
That one is still on your mind?
Yeah.
All right.
It's the latest new political news in
Obviously.
So we must debate on it.
No problem.
This has shown over desperation by Peter Obi.
Okay.
because you can't say you are running away. What is the essence of woman existing or leadership? Is to solve problems. And they say if a man say doesn't have a problem, doesn't have a challenge, is the one that is the challenge all the problem of the world.
Okay.
So you can't be in Abga from Abga to PDP to from PDP to
Labour Party
to
ADC.
From Labour Party over. Now you know it was the legality to register to formally done to registration with ADC. So it was adding all this. And in 2015, 2019, you should remember that his role South is eligible for Buhari. You didn't think even this was also moving to NDC. It will attract sympathy for Atiku the North.
All right,
I'm going to be the repeat of 2015 between Buhari and Jonathan in 2015. So you should not to play politics.
All right. You've said what's on your mind. I'll take another call. What's on your mind? Welcome.
Good evening, our queen.
Okay, so there's plenty of you. Welcome. What's your name?
Yeah, you're our queen now.
Oh, okay.
Today FM.
Okay.
Yes, this is Nelson from Igrita.
Welcome, Nelson from Igrita.
Thank you. I want to say what is on my mind.
Please go ahead.
Some Nigerians, some of us we want change, but it's as if we are not ready for the change.
Okay.
Because as far as I'm concerned, any true Nigerian who say he needed a change and say and follow the group that said Obi is stingy, they will never get Nigeria right. Because personally, I prefer a politician who will not share money to me, who will not give me rights, who will not give me clothes, but yet we give the Nigerians with basic amenities, security, good roads, light, etc. than the ones that will come and share money. It's as if Nigerians are not ready for the change we have been crying for. For few Nigerians to be saying that Obi is stingy, I prefer a stingy man who will rather you will get what you labor for than few individuals eating what belongs to all of us.
All right then.
For example, our presidency subsidy is gone. The president and the governors are the ones, and few politicians eating the money of subsidy as alleged by me. So until we do the needful and decide to vote and follow the right people, Nigeria will continue as it is.
All right then. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah,
Billions. Adimuma, welcome.
God bless you.
What is in my mind is why some weaker branch of Rivers people are crying about P2B movement.
So what concerns? Oh, you're making me stammer. What concerns a weaker branch with? These are just individuals. No, these are just individuals giving their thoughts. So just give yours.
Now, I've listened to them different platforms, different radio stations, including their so-called APs in different radio stations. They are just crying for another person's headache. Tinubu defected have been in 4 political parties. This current APC make it 4. From SDP to AD to ADC to PDP. Now, 1993 contest Senate. Contest under SDP. So people have forgotten that. So to me, P2B is in the right track because he have dodged wicked bullets in the ADC. Because they are trying to know so that they won't have candidates. So I don't know why all these so-called supporters in South are jealous of P2B. Even if you go to what do they call them, OPM party, you still support him. You are not voting party. So they should go follow. God bless you.
All right. Welcome. Tell me what's on your mind.
What's on my mind? Queen Chema.
Yes.
Wellington from Okrika.
Wellington
from Okrika.
Wellington, welcome.
Yes.
You had to say that twice.
Welcome. Yes, because some persons have started infiltrating my name.
Really?
Yes.
That's serious.
But I have to say it twice. As one of the the leading supporter of the governor,
is that what's on your mind? Is it the governor that's on your mind?
Hold on.
Why I'm saying this because this is my FM.
Okay,
so let me go what's on my mind. What's on my mind is to tell Rivers to remain calm, remain focused, remain resolute in supporting the governor. The governor is taking Rivers to the promised land.
All right.
The man who has capacity, he has vision, is going to transform Rivers State to a new dawn. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, Wellington. All right, Wellington. We have a few more minutes. Not a few. I mean, maybe about 19, 18 minutes to go, right? So that's quite some window for you to call and tell me what's on your mind. Welcome.
Good evening, my sister in the radio house.
Good evening, my brother. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I remain Chigozi from Udo Bakrisland.
Welcome, Chigozi.
Let me go straight. What is my mind? What is my mind is this. I want to use this platform to inform of the whole entire youth of River State. Let them be steadfast and give peace a chance of in this incoming election so that our state will be paid for.
That's a good call.
To do the needful to support our governor, Governor Seth Fumara. He has done well for people of River State. Let him return him back to the River State breakers. Thank you. This is what is in my mind.
All right, thank you.
How about Faustina Putu?
She's no longer with us.
Okay.
All right.
I send my greeting to her.
All right then. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right then. 0810-951-0951. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, ma.
Good evening, sir.
What is in my mind is the passionate appeal to your friends and brothers to give us light. PhD.
They are my friends,
so
Abby.
Please. Yes, I know you're a very beautiful lady and they like beautiful ladies.
Okay.
Please, they should give us light at Iwofe Road. We have not gotten light for the past 3 weeks to 1 month.
All right.
We are appealing to them, no matter the offense we have committed. Please, that is a student community, and Ignatius is having his convocation maybe on Thursday, and the governor is coming. Please, we are using this opportunity to call on the governor, the executive governor of the state, to call on PHED, the NEPA, even a flash to charge our battery, at least to make calls. That is one. Secondly, it is worthy of note that the governor is coming back second tenure, and all sons and daughters of River State with good conscience, seeing the effect, the positive impact of His Excellency, Sir Dr. Similaye Fobara, the executive governor of River State, has done for the past 2-3 years. He deserves a second tenure. Let us leave political bias aside. Let us leave tribal sentiment aside.
All right then.
Let us leave party aside. Similaye Fobara should be a consensus candidate of all political parties in River State.
All right then.
If we want to go by his performance, he's a pragmatist. He's a socialist.
You have said your point. Welcome. What's on your mind? Hello. Well, welcome. Can you hear me? Good evening. What's on your mind?
God bless you, my beloved sister. My name is Serena Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udwa in Emago, Kubokland.
All right, Samson, please go on.
What is on my mind, thinking how we'll bring the David of our time back to office, led by Similaye Fubara. I always want to use this great medium that you've given to me to beg every resident of River State, sons of River State, our mother, our fathers, the elders of the state, our kings, political parties, those residing in River State. We have gotten someone led by Similaye Fubara, the man I call the David of our time. He is ready to work for Rivers people, not just Rivers people, everybody resident, residing here in River State. That young man, Similaye Fubara, is ready to work for everybody. So we should join hands and ensure that we bring this young man back to office. So there will be joy across River State and development will cross across the 23 AG. I am begging each and everyone, including you in the studio. Please,
all right then.
Invest name. I hope you have your PVC, my beloved sister.
All right
Please,
then.
Let's return this young man led by Similaye Fubara back to office so that the good things that he has been doing across River State will continue. I rest my case. My name remains Serena Sampson. God bless.
All right, God bless you. Welcome. What's on your mind? Did that call drop? Okay. Text message. Obi's movement is a political tsunami and ruling party is jet trying Chijuke. All right, that's what's on your mind. Welcome to Today FM. My name is Queen. What's your name?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Hello?
I can hear you. Good evening.
This I got on the line.
All right. Go on, please. What's on your mind?
What is in my mind, yes.
Please go on.
Number one, where we are living, I've been saying it every time, where we are living, this NBC life is not there. And the people used to worry us this side. I am begging for the people that concerned to help us. Opposite Reno Filling Station and the B Street, that is the B Hotel room. So we are very greater this side. The thing is worrying us. Many times, chief need to worry us this side. Many times. So let them help us. All that street gate light. For Mountain of Fire this side. All that street gate. See the Charlie Road. They jump up. But they are going to. Please let government and the people that are concerned help us. We are in darkness for this place.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Welcome. What's on your mind? What's on my mind is the incessant overseas trip of our dear president. He should limit his traveling because of financial resources involved. Chijoke. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Obinna is calling from Port Harcourt.
Oh, Obinna. Good evening.
Okay. River State Police said they arrest 30 cultists in a forest in what's in my mind is they arrest 30 cultists in LMA side.
Okay.
Please, in the forest, let them use the same power and go arrest the people wearing cattle with AK-47, both in that LMA Ogoni, Isiokpo, Ikure local government, and release the OSPA commander. If they can enter the forest, they can still do it for us. That OSPA commander is still in captive. Please, they should use that same force and go and remove the people wearing cattle with AK-47. Thank you.
All right, then. Welcome. What's on your mind? Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Queen, I see something in Obi.
You see something in who?
That is
Obi?
Obi.
You mean Peter Obi?
Yes. Peter Obi, yes.
Oh, okay.
And that is passion.
Passion. Okay.
That passion to see Nigeria rescued from the mess that it is in now. Unfortunately for Nigeria and the Nigeria, you need a vehicle called political party to get to that destination, even though it does not guarantee the success or otherwise of your, your governance when you get there. But it is a necessary tool for you to get to that destination, for you to do whatever you have in your mind. But if we see these political parties as a vehicle, and they are assuming you are going to somewhere very important, and at the long run, along the line, you have a ruptured tire. What do? Let's even assume that it is your own private vehicle that you're going with, and you are in a hurry to meet up with what is ahead, what you want to meet up with, and along the line you have a ruptured tire. What do? You will abandon the vehicle there, take a moving vehicle to that place so that you can get there and achieve what you want to achieve. That is what is happening to Obi. Obi is not called to come and build political parties, because even that is a trap for, it is even a distraction. Political parties is a distraction. That is why for me, I will always call for independent candidates. Let there be a rule, a law that will make it possible for somebody to run.
All right, then.
Without a political party.
Without a political
party.
So
I see Obi that passion to make Nigeria better.
All right,
wherever he goes to, maybe I think I approve of it.
All right, then. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, good evening. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Michael from Abba.
Michael, welcome.
Yeah, what is on my mind is how the people governing us on the state, local government, state, and the federal has abandoned governance, and how they are doing is 2027. So if there is a way our constitution can be restructured, that anybody that takes will serve one term, even if it is 6 years or 5 years, because all this re-election and the others have been distracting. So when you look at the river state now, I shuttle river state from Ava, that nothing is happening, unlike the normal river state status, So there is no governance any place, except river state here, where Allah says, I don't know the magic he's doing. He doesn't even care much about re-election. Every day is, giving contracts, commissioning, and he doesn't make noise like the former river state governor, who normally have a very huge party for commissioning and, giving contracts, new contracts. So there should be governance. That is what people are crying. There is poverty. There is hunger in the land. There are a lot of things to do. Nothing is happening in the country. It's just only election. Thank you.
All right, thank you. More. Remember, it's What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. What is on my mind is that I wish Governor Siminala Ifura to decamp to ADC with Obi and Kwankwaso, or you mean NDC, so that he can win the governorship of River State 2027. All right. Quite some thought there. What is on my mind is the condition of this country, and particularly River State. I find it troubling how people in political offices are not doing anything, and yet people want them to remain in power. What is behind such mentality? You see why they say the people deserve their government? Praise singing everywhere, yet people are suffering. Common good roads and hospitals, they don't have it. It's a pity. Flat Earth from Port Harcourt. Welcome. What's on your mind? All right, dropped. Call again, please. And this is from Barrister Ogan. Hello, presenter. What is on my mind is that I noticed with great dismay that my loyalty in APC may go unrewarded. How do I buy a form for an office as high as 20 million? Where do I get such money? Your Excellency, President, will please reduce the sale for Senate form. All right. I'm seriously worried that this present government winding up for their first tenure, but we are yet to see any tangible development we can boast about. Chijoke, what government are you talking about? Is this federal government or state government? Chijoke. All right, but then thank you for your text message. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yeah, can you turn down the volume on your listening device, please?
Yes, I'm calling. My name is Simeoni. I'm calling from Mekarumundu Road.
Right.
What is in my mind is that I don't know what federal government is doing with the NEPA. People will not imagine this period, heat, everything, will come back from their job, you will not get light. My good sister, in a foreign country, I was told that people pay tax, and you see the value of tax. The tax we pay in Nigeria, what do they use it for? Is it for road, light, hospital? What are they using it? Secondly, I am happy with our able governor, Sin Fubara. God will protect him, God will guide him, God will give me training for second tenure. Secondly, this Rumunduru Road, we are told that this road has been awarded. When will the commencement of the realization commence? Please let them help us. During Jonathan time, Jonathan shared a prepaid meter to everybody. Today, they said they can't give you prepaid meter if you are not on federal line. Since I want to find out this federal line, is the light coming from Abuja to other states? While in Abuja, at Rock, we are told that today they have solar panel in Abuja there. Then people are talking of federal line. If you don't belong to a federal line, you won't have light. What is the difference between federal line and state line and local government line? Please, they should explain this to us.
All right, then. All right. We can take more calls. Right. What is on your mind this evening? It's exactly 6:54. 6:55 almost. Monday, May 4, 2026. And this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. The show is What's on Your Mind. So you call and talk about what you've been thinking or what is going on with you or in your head. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, please, what's on my mind is
Can you speak up, please?
what's on my mind is the 2027 election that we hold.
Okay. What?
I don't know who will be the right candidate for the 2027 presidential election.
Okay.
Is it Toby or Amechi that will become the president? That's all.
Okay. Oh, that's a good question. The polls would tell, right? The elections will come, and afterwards, INEC will tell us. All right. Thank you. All right. Are you sure that's a lot? Is that not a lot for you? Because you sounded like thinking about it alone is putting you off. That's how you sounded. You sounded like you don't know. Of course, you don't know who's going to emerge as president in 2027. Elections will happen. People would have to vote. INEC would have to announce results. And then we know who the president would be. Right? But you sounded like you were out of this world. You don't know what's happening or what's going to be like. Well, thank you so much for all of your calls and your messages. Messages. Earlier, the phone lines were disturbing, but you were able to... I think it's working good now and you're able to reach us, and thank you so much for doing that, calling and texting. So 7 p.m. I'll return for area talk, and then 8 p.m. eyewitness report. Of course, 9 p.m. the thrill here on Today 95.1 FM. So you spend this evening with us and have a great time. So see you at 7 for area talk. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take action.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
All right, Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you for staying with us. While I was reading this story, I was wondering or thinking about the state of infrastructure in the country, or let's say in River State, right? Thinking about communities around communities, thinking local government areas, somehow thinking our institutions. Even if I don't want to dwell on institutions and talk about particular schools in River State, but generally, this story points your direction towards the state of infrastructure in whatever institution, especially government institutions. So when you go to a government parastatal, you go to schools, right? That is schools in our localities. This is tertiary institution that we're going to read about what's happening there. But I'm thinking primary institutions, primary schools. I'm thinking secondary schools. I'm thinking about, basics of life, basic amenities that can make you living in wherever you are, whether Choba, Iguruta, Alu, name it, all over River State. Some of you called during What's on Your Mind, and you were highlighting, I think, two people from one area and the other area, highlighting the power situation in that area and highlighting the road situation too. Because at the end of the day, it's government's responsibility, or whatever institution or whatever cadre of leadership's responsibility, rather, to ensuring that people live well. Now, if you listen to the 6 p.m. news, you notice that students of the River State College of Health Science, we had gathered this story, and Management Technology have blocked the main entrance of the institution in protest over poor hostel conditions and lack of basic amenities disrupting access for staff and other students. Now, Today FM's Uchendu Jo reports that the aggrieved boarding students accused the school management of prolonged neglect, citing month without electricity, inadequate water supply, and overflowing unsanitary toilets that they say pose serious health risks. They also complained about overcrowded infrastructure and a shortage of classrooms, which they say has worsened learning conditions on campus. Now, the protesting students called on the River State government, led by Siminala Yifubara, alongside the State Commissioner for Education and the Ministry of Health, to urgently intervene. They lamented that despite paying significant hostel fees, they are forced to source water outside the school premises along the Ikure Expressway, describing the situation as unsafe and unacceptable. Take a listen to them.
Poor environment, poor power supply, bad environment, and lack of classrooms. The students are actually suffering from infection because of the bad toilet. The food cost here is very, very high. So these are the problems passing through in college of health. The school environment is not looking like a health facility. We don't have light, and dead bodies disturbing us, and our toilet has filled up. They are not saying anything about it. No conducive toilet. We need constant water. This dead body that is disturbing us, we don't want it again. We need new beds, construction of the whole stair, and toilet that is filled up. We don't need it. We want them to work on it. Poor water supply, poor environment, poor power supply, bad environment, and lack of classrooms. The students are actually suffering from infection because of the bad toilet. The food cost here is very, very high. So these are the problems passing through in college of health. The school environment is not looking like a health facility. We don't have light, and dead bodies disturbing us, and our toilet has filled up. They are not saying anything about it. No conducive toilet. We need constant water. This dead body that is disturbing us, we don't want it again. We need new beds, construction of the whole stair, and toilet that is filled up. We don't need it. We want them to work on it.
Well, that's a number that the government or the school would have to work on. You heard some of the aggrieved students talk about talk about the water situation, talk about electricity, talk about toilet. I'm quite aware because I remember my experience during youth service and how crazy, it's terrible how the toilets were in the state where I served. And you know that when there's absence of water, when there's no water, then it's difficult to have clean restrooms, right? But then they also mentioned inadequate water supply, electricity issues, prolonged neglect. They talked about the classrooms that need to be fixed, and mentioned that they pay hostel fees, yet they are forced to source water outside the school premises along the Ikure Expressway, describing the situation as unsafe and unacceptable. Now, we're talking about the school that's around Rumeme, Port Harcourt. It's been over 25 years that this institution has been established. It was established in 2001. And when I started earlier, I was pointing to how this is not far-fetched from the situation, the infrastructural situation in most institutions in the state. I mean, we've heard some people calling, we've seen reports of how dilapidated certain schools are in certain local government areas, non-functional classrooms in bad conditions, windows out. And when it comes to infrastructure, one thing comes to mind, and that's maintenance. Maintenance from the government and then the people using it, right? Because if there isn't that consistency in ensuring that these infrastructure, or whether you're talking about the classroom, the desks, the tables, you're talking about the sanitary easy for people, right, in these communities, in institutions, if it's not clearly taken care of by the people, and then there is some sort of maintenance, not some sort of maintenance from the government, then it's obviously going to be stories like this. Now, one question. The hostel fees paid by these students, what are the monies used for? And calling on government to come, attend to all of their requests and their pleas. I'm just wondering how urgent the response of government. Being more classrooms, that their classrooms are not accommodating a number of them, that the classrooms are overcrowded because of shortage of them. And then I'm wondering, this school admits every year around September. Shouldn't there be a number of admissions, a number of students that should be admissible every year, considering that infrastructure there's a shortage of infrastructure? Because if you're going to do 1,000 admissions, you're going to admit 1,000 people, meanwhile your infrastructure can only take care of 500. Why exceed it? Except the government is rebuilding or building some other classrooms, building more classrooms to accommodate more people, overcrowded classrooms. Now, this is the condition of most of our institutions. Maybe not a complete look as this, but then you have schools where you don't have windows, you don't have tables or chairs, students don't even have restrooms. It's not properly fenced, that's highly protected. I'm talking about public schools, right? And it goes far to talk about how much government is paying attention to what's happening in our institutions. How much government is paying attention to what's happening in these institutions built by the government. Yes, there is a body for the River State College of Health, Science and Management Technology. Yes, there is a body. There is the leadership of the institution that should ensure that students are taken care of and are living in good condition. However, now that the students are calling that the government should intervene, do you see the government responding as soon as possible? And when do we get to the point? When do we exactly get to the point where people do not have to protest for basic amenities? When do we get to a point where you can comfortably, I say comfortably, send your child to a school? Now I'm coming back to primary and secondary schools, right? Comfortably send your child to a school in your community because you know that maybe you probably want your child to be closer home, closer to grandma or grandpa. So you can comfortably send them to a school because you know that they'll get the same quality of education that anybody is getting in the metropolis. Because when you look at the state of things in the country, and then we're coming to River State, life is not fair to a lot of people. We don't have a situation where everyone is enjoying equally as other people. Power situations here and there. Then there's this road functional, there's this other road not functional. There are these people employed, these other people not employed. While a lot of government or governments who want to center on the metropolis or local government chairmen who want to do their best as to delivering, in terms of market, in terms of electricity, rural roads and all. The point is, if everyone is doing what they're supposed to, would have communities highly functional, really highly functional. Now back to the institution where we have people learning. This is not even primary or secondary school. This is tertiary institution. We have people learning. How then is learning supposed to be effective? How? And it's not just lack of water. It's lack of water. The toilet facilities, the students say, are bad. The classrooms are not enough, overcrowded. This is an urgent call from the students of the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology. They've blocked the main entrance of the institution and they're protesting over poor hostel conditions and lack of basic amenities, disrupting access for staff and other students. Now, their report is that they're accusing the school management of prolonged neglect, citing months without electricity, inadequate water supply. We did not quite capture how many months, but months, and overflowing unsanitary toilets that they say pose serious health risks. So some of these toilets are in the worst conditions. If the toilet is overflowing, possibly there hasn't been evacuation. They also complained about overcrowded infrastructure and a shortage of classrooms, which they say has worsened learning conditions on campus. The protesting students are called on the River State government, along the State Commissioner for Education and the Ministry of Health, to urgently intervene. This is the point where they are paying their fees, if they are paying their hostel fees, as the students are saying. So why is the hostel in that condition, in such condition? Why protest to even get the right things done? Do you see government responding to this as soon as possible? Why do you see government responding to this as soon as possible? Maybe getting to the point where names are actually called out, right? We saw what happened in Ahuda. We saw what happened with the girl and the local government chairman. Although, yes, there were quite some reported misrepresentations here and there. But there maybe has to be like an actual calling out for certain things to function optimally. Maybe. Do you see the government responding to this as soon as possible? Like I said earlier, this is an extension to the infrastructural deficits that we have in some of our communities. Part deficit, overlooked infrastructure, maybe even abandoned or not adequate, convenient for learning. This is education, and these are adults. We have heard stories of schools where there are no tables for students or pupils to sit to learn. When do you think would ever get over the infrastructural deficit? Will get over neglect in our institutions? When do you think would get? Do you see us getting to that point? Or is it a long walk? Long walk? They're calling on the government to intervene. I am hoping that the government intervenes as soon as possible. Right? We hope that we see that happening. But let me get your thoughts about if you followed the story, if you heard this story earlier, you followed it from anywhere at all, and I don't know what your reaction was to it first at the first time that you heard or listened to the story, even heard those students complain about the situation of things in the school. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call. That is 0810-951-0951. And you can drop a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. Welcome to Today FM. Can you turn on the volume? Yes, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes.
Regina, I am not surprised. I've heard this news in the morning, in the afternoon. I think we have also discussed it in the afternoon. Like I said, I am not surprised. If you look at the state of our primary and secondary schools, public schools, then you will know that if primary and secondary school, being the foundation level of our education, can be in the condition they are today, then one will not have any doubt to see that our high institution is in the condition that we are discussing today. I want to see when community leaders, head teachers, principals, at our various primary and secondary school level, we have the willpower to allow school children to engage in peaceful protest, as to express by themselves the condition of their schools, just like what this student has done. Unfortunately, I will give pass mark to former Governor Mechi. His administration did wonderfully well when it comes to issues of education, primary, secondary, tertiary level. But unfortunately, the administration that succeeded him decided to abandon these triple sectors of our life, which is too bad. I am not expecting a quick response or quick result, because we are already in a political era, and you can see that ever since the governor has promised to fix our education system, nothing has been done up to now. So is it now that something should be done?
So you're not expecting speed.
I am not expecting much for now. But let me also come this the other way around. We have school management. We have our vice chancellors and all those big organs that is running our tertiary institution.
Yeah, there's an acting provost of the school, and there's also a registrar.
Yes, and you and I know that there are a lot of revenues. There are so many monies that students pay.
Okay.
Then, when we ask, what are these levies? What are these monies they are making
used for?
Internally generated revenue. What are they using it for?
That's a big question. Welcome to Area Talk. Can you turn down the volume?
Thank you, my sister.
Okay.
I am Otiwabweze Obogoma.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, my sister. I did not, and I will not stop to talk about Ovogo. Ovogo is a local government.
What's happening in Ovogo?
For me,
well, this is not eyewitness report, though. This is Area Talk.
No, I'm talking about talk your mind.
No, it's not what's on your mind either. It's not. No, it's not. You didn't listen. It's not what's on your mind either. It's Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. And we're talking about the students of the Rivers State College of Health Science and Management Technology who have blocked the main entrance of the institution in protest over poor hostel conditions and lack of basic amenities, disrupting access for staff and other students. Welcome to Area Talk. We're asking if you think the government is going to intervene as fast as possible, as the students have asked. Welcome.
Thank you, Queen Chairman.
Yes, welcome, Wellington.
Let me first of all throw the ball to the student union president of that institution, who is part of the governing body, otherwise a Senate. Sometimes leadership begins from where you're coming from. They pay school fees, they pay hostel fees. Has it quite communicated to the student that this is the level they are going? Because project is going on there. Projects are going on there. What if he communicate within the board to tell them that this is what the student wants? He collects dues. If I don't want to use that word, that is an attempt to distract the government at this point in time with the educational vision they have. To believe the governor, who is a listening governor, is going to respond. But first of all, you look inward first. There are funds meant for those institutions. Has it been used judiciously before you are out to protest?
Okay,
those protesters, they are from the SCG government.
So you think they should not have protested?
They could have. Is the student union governor president there? Was it there? That's a question I want to know.
Okay.
They communicate to say, look, it's enough. It's beyond our control. Wait, am I making sense?
I can hear you.
That's what we are looking at. That's why I want to tell you. Leadership begins from where you're coming from. And believe me, you also have the Commission of Education, who is also an experienced man, who is going to respond. But first of all, let's talk about inward. What are they doing with the funds? Projects are going on. She visited that school of recent. There's projects going on there. It's a clear one. So what is really happening?
All right, then.
That particular issue has not been tackled. The FCG president should talk to us. That's where we come from. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, then. Thank you, Wellington. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call. Students of the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology have blocked the main entrance of the institution in protest over poor hostel conditions and lack of basic amenities, disrupting access for staff and other students. Now, our correspondent reports that the aggrieved boarding students accused the school management of prolonged neglect, citing months without electricity, inadequate water supply, and overflowing unsanitary toilets that they say pose serious health risks. They also complained about overcrowded infrastructure and a shortage of classrooms, which they say has worsened learning conditions on campus. The protesting students called on the River State government, led by Siminala Yefubara, alongside the State Commissioner for Education and the Ministry of Health, to urgently intervene. And the question I'm asking is, do you see the government intervening as soon as possible? The other question is, how did we get to the point, or how, maybe we should just concentrate on this institution. How did they get to this point of deficits in infrastructure? How? Human beings use infrastructure. Infrastructure is meant for human beings. So it means that there should be maintenance, there should be checking, there should be just that constant ensuring that these things are either upgraded, replaced, for sanitary situation and convenience. How did we get to the point where I had to narrow down to our primary and secondary schools, right? How did we get to the point where these facilities are not managed adequately or are not in great conditions? Do we also blame the people? Do we also blame the people using? Right. Now, this is an institution that has its management. There is even a committee that oversees administrative, I found out, administrative issues, right? I'm talking about school body and all, but I mean, the students are aggrieved because they say we pay hostel fees. At least if hostel fees are paid, there should be an alternative means of generating electricity. If electricity is a challenge in that community, there should be an alternative means of generating electricity, at least for some hours for the students. There should be a way that they have access to water. Not even water. Then there's a complaining of overcrowded classrooms. And then I'm asking, every year, this year, for 2026-2027, admissions will be open in September. What is the intake, the admission like? If you know that your facility cannot accommodate 1,000 people, why would you take 1,000 people? Why would you admit 1,000 people? Why do students have to learn in such deplorable conditions? Why do students have to stay in hostels like this? And the question is, how did we get here? How? And do you see the government responding as soon as possible? Send your text messages or WhatsApp messages to 0701 9339 962. It's Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Then you can also call 0810 9510 951. Good evening, Queen Chima. My name is Chinemirim Chitu from Rumodogo. I hope River State politics is not transferred to health institutions. Health is very sensitive sector that should not be toyed with from foundation. If the man in question has PhD in computer science, send him to where he rightly belongs. Find more qualified persons to head the department, please. Miss Queen Chima, good evening. What happens to the school fees? Okay. I didn't even ask school fees. I asked hostel fees, at least, since they said the hostels are not conducive for them to stay in. And all the dues and funds that goes into the school treasury from the students. Must the government intervene in everything, even the ones with governing bodies and management? Well, they are calling on the government because if the registrar and the provost and the committee of administration would not do the needful, maybe the government should intervene. Because if the college committee, the school board, the academic board, the governing council would not attend to the needs of the students, maybe the government should intervene. Welcome to Area Talk.
Queen, it seems like this topic, people are dodging it. But let me add to that of the primary and secondary school you were talking about. Before the suspension,
just a minute, please. Can you hear me? Welcome to Area Talk. Are you there? Are you there? The call dropped. Call again, please. Right? Call again and you would get to hear from you. 0810-951-0951. Welcome to Today FM.
Wait.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I said a minute, please.
You had some primary and secondary schools in the course of your discourse. Before the suspension of the governor was attending to almost all the secondary school in Rivers. My own community, my local government, I can attest that a secondary school in my community was built to standard in Okritia. Yes, to world-class standard. Before the suspension, the governor was moving with speed of light. Health centers, tertiary health care, we are moving with speed of light.
All right then. Welcome to Area Talk.
Yeah, Chima, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I want to put it to you this night that the present governor has fired us. That's the simple truth.
He has what?
The present government has failed all Rivers State people.
Okay.
I'm telling you the fact.
So you don't. So you don't think that there would be any form of intervention, or you think that the school would handle this?
Chima, all of us are in the stage. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
All right, but that may be a little conclusive, right? That may be a little conclusive, because whatever's put these students in this condition, bad condition, I must say, right? It could be that the government would intervene, and when they intervene, would see exactly what happens. But if you think that they won't, right, that's really your thoughts, and you definitely know why you think that wouldn't happen. But for an institution that takes as much as those fees that they do, at least there should be some level of calm. It's just a number of things. There's water issue, there's electricity, there's the bad condition of the hostel, and then there's also the sad story that some of the toilets are overflowing. Then how? And this is a health institution. I mean, like one of you mentioned, this is a health institution. The system has an internal mechanism capable of resolving this misunderstanding between the department and students. I doubt if something worth due process was done before this misinterpretation. Students most times may do the right thing, but probably at the wrong time. I'm Chinemere Mchitu from Rumudugu. So you think that they could just come up with this whole story? If you're staying in a situation that is not conducive, do you come and say it's conducive? Do you do that? But I had to extend this, right? And that's even one of the big questions or bigger questions to ask. I had to extend this to some of our schools. If you look at the school in your community, right, you look at the primary and the secondary school in your community, you're asking yourself, what is the state of the infrastructure there? What is the state of the infrastructure of those schools there? Because it's important to ask. That's to tell you, that's to see if well, this is a tertiary institution. Oh, you have all the governing boards, you have this, you have that. So what is the ministry doing? What is the government doing? Infrastructural deficit is almost normal, and it shouldn't be. I'm expecting this kind of protest to happen at Ignatius Aguru University of Education, because we are facing the same thing. But I know it will not happen because the students here are cowards. All right. Maybe we'd really like to know what the situation is like there too for students. Then where are all the monies going? Where are the monies going? That's a big question to ask. Where are the monies going? If you know how the next thing people say, oh, government is not very good in doing business, government will not handle business as well, government this, government that, and you're hoping and thinking that government institutions should be the best, well equipped, functional as it should be. Because if there was water in this school, I mean, some level of supply of water, and then the students see the toilets, there are not enough water. I know how human beings can be when it has to do with using public facility. That's also another angle to discuss when we're talking facilities and infrastructure in the state. How we use them as Rivers people, how we use them is important. But then, there's no water, there's no power, the classrooms are crowded. The students are saying, you heard that, I'll play you that recording again. The classrooms are crowded, no water, no supply of water, no electricity, crowded classrooms, overflowing toilets, and the sanitary situation is terrible in a health and technology institution. Take a listen to some of the students who we captured who were protesting.
Poor water supply, poor environment, poor power supply, bad environment, and lack of classroom. The students are actually suffering from infection because of the bad toilet. The food cost here is very, very high. So these are the problems passing through in college of health. The school environment is not looking like a health facility. We don't have light, and dead bodies disturbing us, and our toilet has filled up. They are not saying anything about it. No conducive toilet. We need constant water. This bed that is disturbing us, we don't want it again. We need new bed. Construction of the whole stair. The toilet that is filled up, we don't need it. We want them to work on it. Poor water supply, poor environment, poor power supply, bad environment, and lack of classroom. The students are actually suffering from infection because of the bad toilet. The food cost here is very, very high. So these are the problems passing through in college of health. The school environment is not looking like a health facility. We don't have light, and dead bodies disturbing us, and our toilet has filled up. They are not saying anything about it. No conducive toilet. We need constant water. This bed that is disturbing us, we don't want it again. We need new bed. Construction of the whole stair. The toilet that is filled up, we don't need it. We want them to work on it.
Well, that's from some protesting students of the Rivers State College of Health Science and Management Technology who blocked the main entrance of the institution in protest over poor hostel conditions and lack of basic amenities, disrupting access for staff and other students. Our correspondent reports that the aggrieved boarding students accused the school management of prolonged neglect, citing months without electricity, inadequate water supply, and overflowing unsanitary toilets that they say pose serious health risks. They also complained about overcrowded infrastructure and a shortage of classrooms, which they say has worsened learning conditions on campus. And the protesting students called on the River State government, led by Siminalayi Fubara, alongside the State Commissioner for Education and the Ministry of Health, to urgently intervene. They lamented that despite paying significant hostel fees, they are forced to source water outside the school premises along the Ikore Expressway, describing the situation as unsafe and unacceptable. I'm wondering how many days the toilet has been full for. Said the toilets are overflowing. It's not being fixed. And this school's been in existence for about over 25 years. So and its structure or structures, from facilities, infrastructure, we're talking classrooms, we're talking toilets, you're talking everything. You did hear one of the protesting women say, change the beds at least. Reconstruct the hostels. So they are in conditions that are not good 25 years after. And I asked, if this isn't it government responsibility, isn't it the institution's responsibility to renovate, to ensure that facilities are getting better every year? And how you do that is to monitor, change, replace, renovate, paint. These are things that you do in your houses. But maybe when it comes to public facility, public infrastructure, it becomes another situation. And why private institutions will manage their institutions better than government institutions. But then in these government institutions, we have human beings there. We don't have animals there. We have heads. The school has a board. The school has an administrative committee. There's a registrar. There's a provost. So it means that it is adequately managed by human beings. So how did the hostels get to this point that students have to protest for basic amenities as this? Electricity, water. Let things just function. Well, these are students of tertiary institutions that can cry out and that can ask. What about secondary school students or primary school students who would not talk or who would not cry out? Or you are just seeing the schools and then you come to Today FM and call us and tell us there's a primary school in this community. The windows are off. There are no doors. In fact, there are no tables and chairs for students to sit on or pupils to sit on. Those ones will not protest. They wouldn't. They're calling for government intervention, right? Someone said we're close to election. This is election year. We're gearing towards the elections, and there's just a lot. Maybe a lot of public outcry may not be attended to as fast as possible, because if the school management will not do the needful, they say the government should come and intervene. The government should intervene and sort out everything. But then, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Do you see government responding as soon as possible? That's the question I'm asking. And then I also asked what you think is the situation, why you think we have such infrastructural deficit, why we have such decline in our facilities, in the quality of our facilities, in our institutions, public institutions. Why do we have this happening? The irony is this is a health institution. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call and be part of the show. That is 0810-951-0951. Then you can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. It's Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. If there is a response from the government or the school begins to fix everything that the students have complained about, then someone may say that it's because we had to talk about it. That's why it had to be done. If the students did not protest, if they have reached out to necessary bodies to attend to these things and then probably deaf ears were paid, they had to protest. And is it a good condition? Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is Bright.
Welcome, Bright.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. I school from that school. It's over 20 years now.
Yeah, about 26 years of its
Can you hear
existence.
me?
Yes, about 26 years of its existence. It's 2001.
Yes. That school have been like that. they don't want to improve anything. Only what they do is to bring new department. In fact, the department in that school is more than the one in Uniport. I must tell you the truth. They initiate new department every blessed day, bringing crowd into that school. In fact, the problem is that even when they graduate, they have no work to do. They have no work for them. No work for any student graduating in that school. Okay, let's use an environmental student as a case study here. Environmental student over 15 years, they have never gotten an employment from River State government. Where are they employing from? School of Health that is supposed to be okay. Look at the community health centers. They train this JHU and Gino Community Health and Senior Community Health. Go to our health centers. No, you can't see any of them from that school. In fact, Amechi built health centers in almost all the wards in River State. But those health centers are empty. In fact, some of them are grown up with grass. They are not functioning. It's unfortunate.
So when you left the institution, was it that bad already?
It's about 10 years ago.
10 years ago. All
10
right.
years ago. And up till now, no employment.
All right.
No employment. In fact, it is unfortunate.
All right.
This is our country. I don't know what is in their mind. Before even I went to that school, somebody, when you graduate from that school, your local government will employ you direct. In fact, they will send your name to your local government. You start work immediately.
All right. Thank you. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening, my brother.
I am Otiwabe, the Obogo man. Let me put my mouth in that institution. I schooled there as a community health officer. After that, I did environmental health in that school. Then it was School of Health Technology. You see, that school, the management is poor.
Okay.
And the government used to overlook what is important. This is the community health officers now. They have programmed the school in a way that the school is affecting all health sectors. They're supposed to develop the school to the extent that the people who school there will enjoy their education. They say government don't use important things to be important. They look on everything that is important. So to me, when I schooled there, it was not like this. So, but this time around, the world is aging. So everything is aging. Nothing is stable again in the world. So the school now, according to the last speaker, even imagine somebody who passed out from that school, don't see work, they remain in the house. But the only thing is that the community health workers supposed to engage themselves by themselves, because that is the area you know that you have schooled. But any other sector, I don't know. But what I'm saying to government, they should not look down on what is important. They should develop the school, because that school in all the hospitals, health centers, there's no sex or unit that they cannot find that school of health. Government should assist and do something tangible so that when they finish the school, they will have something doing. Thank you, Otiwebeze. It's my name.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Oti, for calling. The children of the contractor attend private schools. The children of the government official are in private schools. Then how can the protest hold water? Oh, okay. 0810-9510-951. I was asking if you think that the government would respond as soon as possible. Then I also said, what do you think is responsible for such neglect, infrastructural neglect that we have in our institutions here in the state? We're talking a tertiary institution, right? But we know that there are times that we have spotlighted primary, we have spotlighted secondary schools in the state. And then we talk about the whole, the dilapidation of this institution, right? So what do you think is responsible for this? You want to name some of the factors. What is responsible for this sort of neglect, the neglect that we're experiencing, infrastructural neglect, or institutional neglect? What could be responsible for it? And now these students are saying that they've been ignored by the management. And so because they've been ignored by the management, they are saying that they are calling on the government to intervene. Right. So what do you think? You think the government would respond to them as soon as possible? You think that would be the situation of things? Right, keep the calls coming. 0810-9510-951. I'll take a call or two and we wrap this up, right? We wrap this up and get into getting your reports, right? Eyewitness reports on this shift. Let's see if we have any comment on Facebook. Okay, I'm not seeing any, but let's do this call. Welcome to Area Talk. Can you hear me?
Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Kindly turn down the volume on your listening device, please.
Is it okay now?
I think so.
My name is Laz. I'm calling from Rumibu.
Please go on, Laz.
I did not school at that school. But what I want to remind people is that that's a very bad, the condition of that school is politics. I remember when Peter Odile was governor up to Rotimi Amechi, that school was very attractive, very interesting. Even when we are passing there, if you see how the students of that school used to behave, we used to enjoy them. We used to enjoy them then. And if we check, it's over 15 years now I'm talking about. And you know how many governments that have come. At least Winke led this river state for 8 years. Fubra has led 3 years. And nothing about that school has mentioned. You see the report of the students. So it's a very bad political ideology that is affecting the school. Thank you.
All right then. Welcome to Area Talk. Can you hear me? Welcome to Area Talk. Are you there?
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. What's your name? All right. We'll take another call. Just wrap this up on Area Talk. Well, the students have called the government to intervene. We are hopeful, quite hopeful that we would see the intervention, would see what the coming days hold for the students of the River State College of Health and Management Technology. But let's wrap up with this call. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Akube.
All right, Akube, easy. Go on, please.
But my sister, it is very shocking that how many people that call in respect of that school of health. And you can hear the response of the people that call. And at the end of the day, I start to ask myself, now we have a governor who is in charge of this state. And the governor in question, what I'm saying, he has served for how many people? You serve for Billy, you serve for Wike, you serve Amechi, and these people. You know the incoming of this state. And at the end of the day, Now that you're supposed to do what we're supposed to do, that's why I've asked myself, if the governor cannot tell River State the true fact of what River State look like, is it me who do not work there? Can you see how these children are demonstrating? And everybody that called, they talk about the previously, the school was good. But today, on our own, we send our children to go out to learn. But the one we win and make you send out, you bring it back. Say, no, you should not go anywhere. We should go prisoners here. Well, we are waiting for 2027 now. But it's very unfortunate that we are hearing this out in all you states in that matter. Very unfortunate to people so-called leadership in River State here. Thank you very much, my sister.
All right, then. All right, thank you for your calls on Area Talk. 8 o'clock, I'll be back for eyewitness reports. So please do stay with us and also be part of the show. Good evening. right, today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. It's that time where you get to share experiences from your environment, anything noticed or noticing, right? It's here that you get to talk about it. You don't know, this is important for information gathering. Like the police will say, intelligence gathering, gather information and know what it is like in your environment, your immediate environment, or even somewhere away from your immediate environment. So as I was coming to work around sometime, I think 5 p.m. or so, there was this trailer that veered off the other side of the east-west road, that's the other part, into the other part, somewhere around UPTH. The thing is, thank God there wasn't any life lost. It's a terrible situation. I mean, it was already causing a traffic jam around that area. Some people already using the other lane. Some people were trying to navigate while they moved past that. I'd have to confirm what the situation of things is like there, if that that trailer has been moved from there. But if it hasn't, I'm sure that it may just still be a troubling sight at that point. And while I was moving past there to get to the office this evening, I was wondering how these trailers are supposed to or not supposed to be running at certain times of the day. I mean, that bothers me sometimes. That really bothers me. The state of our roads, the way everyone just does whatever just works for them. So I get to the junction, Today FM junction. As I got there, I was trying to cross over from the other lane to this other lane, so I get into the road, and somehow I just didn't see this bike that was using one way, the other lane, the wrong lane, and he just moved past me with such speed. And for a moment I said, oh my goodness, what's happening? Why are we like this? What is going on? And I cross over, I see a little girl who had groundnut, a tray of groundnut, run across the roads with so much speed, and the vehicle was so close. I began to think of child labor, and I began to think about the fact that that girl should be in the house, while her parents should be the ones working. Just a number of thoughts, right? A lot of things are not in pleasant situations. But we just go about our normal days. It was in December that someone I know was hit by a bus, these mini buses, because the bus was one way, hit her and moves, right? When good people carried her and rushed her to the hospital, that girl stayed away from her business for 3 months because she had to undergo surgery immediately. Surgery, her hand, her leg. She's alive now. She's back to work. But sometimes we bear the consequences for our lawlessness. I mean, other people bear the consequences for your lawlessness. There are sometimes I want to do something and I say, oh, no, I'm not supposed to do this. Or I was asked not to do this. Or we're expected not to do this. That's to say we're not perfect, right? We all are not perfect. One time or the other, we may fail because we are human beings. But the moment you get yourself doing the wrong thing, you know your mind is going to tell you that this isn't the right thing to do. So I don't know what the situation is. If you're coming from Choba, right, going towards Obirikwere, going towards UPTH, you can kindly tell me what the situation is with that trailer that veered off to the other lane and almost blocked that lane. You can tell me what the situation is. I'd really appreciate. But then, eyewitness report, call me, tell me what it is like, what's happening in your environment, something that's troubling you, something that you really want the government to pay attention to, something that you want a particular authority to pay attention to that you think they are not aware of, or you just want to proffer a solution to any environmental issue or any security issue or whatever challenge it is around your environment. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My sister is Otiwabeze Obogoma.
Welcome.
I have 2 things to present before you. One is my community that they call Ovogo in Emuha local government.
Okay.
I don't know whether we are not part of River State. I don't know. I say it every time I call this line. Since 2013, no light.
Okay.
The road that Ameki did, Ameki stopped or just the road. He tried to bring gutters, but the main road, nothing. I say this, that if you investigate in Obogo, if you see the number of broken women's legs and men, you will be surprised. We have pits on the road. Imagine the health center. They have occupied one classroom in the school. They go to work once in every Tuesday. It's the same. If you go to the health center, the premise others are covered with grasses and trees.
Yeah.
Then the school too. This is why I ask whether are we not from River State. I beg a local government chairman, Honorable Chidi Lloyd, should assist Obogo now. What have we done? Have we offended him? And the governor, have we offended them? They should help us. Then, secondly, local government pensioners, I don't know the evil they have committed. Governor, don't look at them as human beings. There are segregation in the pensioners system in the local government, in the state. So, the Abbas came to River State and added 32,000 naira in pensioners' pension. Do you know that up to today, local government have not seen it? 100,000 that governor pays. Local government have not smelled it. Are we not part of this state? Why must they bring segregation?
All right,
they have forgotten that election is coming. Really, there is one thing that people God has made.
Can you wrap up, please?
Sorry, let me just... There's one thing God had made. People retire healthy unless the old one that dies. But people retire. If they think that they cannot do voting for them, they are wasting their time.
All right,
people are...
Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello, Lady Queen. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, Reginald. I call from Chibochu.
All right, and Reginald, welcome.
Yeah, Lady Queen.
Yes.
I've been long that I've been calling in respect of my road, Chibochu to Metem Pipeline Road.
Okay.
And I was one of those that was praying that Governor Sim Fobra should come back during the emergency rule. And I had every hope that he will attend to that road. But unfortunately, nothing seems to be coming out of it. And we are already in the rainy season. And the prediction shows that we are going to have much rain this year. And meaning that my people, we are going to suffer what we have been suffering for before now. I am still appealing to him, together with NDDC. The people of Eche have the worst network of roads. And I wonder why Eche people should be treated this way. There is a lot of oil wells at Umekim. Odogwa the same thing. Umebile the same thing. Ipurengo, Okrago, Igbo, and so on and so forth. But Eche people are still suffering for what ordinarily we are not supposed to beg for because of the resources that we have here. We know how much we contribute to states. We know how we contribute to the federal government. The bonnet light that Nigeria is making billions of naira on it today is coming from Umechem. But yet, the people are left to suffer. But one thing I continue to pray is that God will open the people of Echie eye. It's like we are sleeping. Echie people are sleeping. And I know that God will wake us from this our sleeping that we have been sleeping for years. And by the time we wake up, all the oil installations in Echie that is giving both state and federal government money will be shut down. That government will know the importance of Echie and what Echie people are contributing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Eyewitness report on Today 95.1fm. Welcome. Welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Good evening.
Pinchima.
Yes, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can. I can hear you. Go on,
Hello?
please. I can hear you. Go on, please.
Hello?
Can you hear me? All right. I could hear everything you said, but I don't think you heard me. So you can call again. All right. Give us your eyewitness report. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call. 0810-951-0951. Welcome. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, at the moment. What the Oh, Kanka.
Kanka. Check out.
Welcome. My brother, don't find me, come read you. All right. All right. 0810-951-0951. So you didn't call me to give me your eyewitness report. You just called to tell me that I am your sister. Mama, it's fine. Thank you for calling. All right. 0810-951-0951. That's the number. Welcome. Your eyewitness report. What's your name and location?
Chima, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Chigozie Wamadi.
All right, Chigozie.
Friends do call me experts.
Experts, go on. Thank you so much for calling.
I visited the state school in Eberi today. Chima, when I visited the school, I interviewed the head mistress of the school, telling Chuku. Even they cannot even try a thing inside the school. But if we are there teaching their children, Chima, I don't know the present government that we are. They should come to the rescue of schools in River State and also employ more teachers. River State are lacking manpower. Educational material is zero. Nothing is happening in our educational sector.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you for calling. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Ikurengo.
Okay.
My name is Chinedu.
All right, Chinedu, please go on.
Please, I don't know whether these information we are passing is really getting to the appropriate quarters.
Of course it is.
If Ikurengo, Chokota, Umebele Road in a here, I have this my brother from Umochem who finished talking last night. Are we forgotten? If you enter this road now, you won't pass it. You will be passing corner, through compounds, through families, corner roads before you get to Umebele Junction.
Sad.
What are we talking? All these huge resources coming from Echie to River State, to Nigeria, they cannot give us even a tip. A small thing, a stipend cannot reach us. Look at this road I'm talking now. No way to pass this road. If rain come, like that brother said, as they say rain will fall much this year. If this rain starts to fall, nobody will pass this road to get Tibo. So what are we talking about?
All right then. Sad.
I beg, let this message reach our governor, reach our local government chairman, and the rest of them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that eyewitness report. Welcome to to Today FM. Yes, good evening. Can you?
My sister in the radio house.
Yes.
My eyewitness is this. I want to make this appeal to River State government. Please help us to do this warfare to Obake Bridge. It will help the people of River State and Nigeria at large. My Governor Saint Fubara, before he leaves office, try to do this road so that you keep a better legacy on this road. Let me take for instance, if this road is true, people going to Lagos from Waterline, they will not turn to Rumokoro Avenue again. They will only direct down to this warfare road, University, down to Obake Junction. From there, they go to Bayelsa. From Bayelsa to go to Delta, Edo, and Lagos. And 1 million Rivers people from Onega to my one Avenue, they will not turn to Rumokoro again. They will only put it in Obake Junction down to where they are going. Thank you. This is my eyewitness. I remain Chigozi from Udo Obake Clan.
All right, Chigozi. Welcome. Your eyewitness report.
Yes, I'm going to go back to hospital. The only hospital. One tiny one at Okomoko. That is sustaining us. I'm not exaggerating. I don't know what I have. You've been to that zone hospital or you pass through and see it. It is a storage site. That time it reached about 75 completion, but now they stopped. Grass and weed has climbed and it's taken over. Yesterday when I passed there, I was crying. I called some children, I gave them small money. Please go and remove the grass. They said no, they no go do that. So don't know what is what I government will. Nothing is happening there. But they have opened that of a other LM, other one. But that of a year. What is happening now? But governor said he would do it, and he's not doing it. The only hospital, the whole AC and the mama. Please, Faustina, I don't know who is it, Faustina?
Queen.
Okay, Queen of the house. Please, relate this information.
All right.
If you watch, 90% of people are calling from the chair, and they're saying problems that are facing a chair. Problem. You cannot, from Okin, you go to Abok and also. That road is no go where. Wait, now, rain will soon come. People will be crying.
All right.
The one that's coming from Afra, stopped at Mba. What of that one? A lot of places, nothing's happening. You can't go to Beke, you can't go to Mba. Unless the one that the chairman graded, that grading is graded. When water man to flood that place.
All right,
so
then.
Look at.
Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, good evening.
Queen of the night.
Where did you get that name from?
I'm calling from Eleme, Ebubu.
All right, welcome.
All right. My eyewitness report in Eleme Refinery Junction. There is a big tree. They are dry a big tree under high tension. They send the message to Eleme local government. Let them go and cut that tree back of First Bank. And people are selling market there. Under high tension, dry tree. Please, let them know so that they'll go and cut it before the tree now will cause problem there. Thank you.
All right. Welcome.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Bright Amadu.
All right, Bright. Welcome.
Yes.
What's your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness report on Friday, I went to one of the zonal hospitals. I don't want to mention the name of the hospital. It was a surprise to me that the person managing the department, biomedical department there, he said he's an engineer in biomedical department. They called me to come and work there as a biomedical. I graduated from School of Health. The man doesn't know what is centrifuge. When they bring centrifuge to him, he said, if this thing is a pot. I was folding hand looking at him. But they are, I don't know where they're getting people to fill all those positions. Why people from School of Health do not employ them? I thought the other time, School of Health, if they don't want to be employing them, they should close that school. They should stop deceiving people. If you go to that school, a lot of departments, a lot of courses are initiating in that school every blessed day, but there is no employment for them. And these people knows what it is. These health centers, these zonal hospitals, they can be fixing into those health centers where they will function very well. You bring people in that they don't know anything concerning health. They just put them there. I was following and looking at the man, asking me, what is this in a pot? And a biomedical engineer, I don't know what is centrifuge. Who employed the person? How did the person fit in? That is the problem, because he knows this, he knows this, he knows that, he knows this person. They bring whack into medical field. I was surprised seeing it. The man was asking me questions, looking down on me because I don't staff.
All right.
Government should is empty. They have junior community health centers. They have senior community health workers, but nowhere to be. They are just like that over 15 years or 20 years.
All right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
This is Imama.
Imama,
from University.
Go on, please.
You see, my area report is that the 5,000 recruitment ongoing in River State, in rest of the teachers. Are you aware that people has received message? And so people has written that since few weeks ago. There is want to qualify candidates. What are the criteria for you to use to have?
Are you there? That call dropped. Welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today FM. Can you hear me? Okay, what's going on? Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Can you hear me? Welcome. Good evening. The calls have been dropping. Can you hear me? Okay, we'll take this commercial. As we get back, we'll continue taking your calls. This is Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
And we're back.
Well, Eyewitness Reports on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying. Earlier I was talking about a trailer that veered off on express on this East-West Road, just at the UPT junction, and I was asking if anything's been cleared. Is there any traffic jam there? or has the trailer been cleared out? Vehicles not moving easily. Then let's get to hear from you. What's your eyewitness report? 0810-9510-951. Welcome. Can you hear me?
I remember my man.
Okay, Imaman.
Okay, as I was speaking, are you aware this 5,000 recruitment ongoing?
Okay.
Then many people applied. So I am very surprised at how few people receive this message answer just few weeks ago. And thousands of people have not received. If you want to disqualify people, allow them to take the CBT test. During the American administration, everybody wrote the exam. You see a score. Thousands of people say you want that to apply. Then they applied. It's very unfortunate that they have not received any text message today. Those who have not applied have received message because they have somebody. What kind of state are we into? We have Commission of Education.
All right, Imaman. Welcome. I don't know what's going on with your connection. Good evening, Queen Chima. My name is Chinemiriam Chitu from Rumodogo. It's quite disheartening and unfortunate indeed. The day of reckoning is very close. Rumodogo community, Mohaliki government area, no community health center, no social amenities, and all we have is dilapidated secondary school, poor school facilities. Please, I am calling on the relevant authorities to do the needful. Okay. Thank you for that report. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, welcome. Queen. Good evening. Yes, it's Queen. What's your name?
Okay, Queen.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening.
Okay. How's work?
Work is fine.
Okay.
What's your eyewitness report? Can you hear me? Okay. I hope it's not this network acting up. I hope it's something else. Call again, please. Right? Call 0810-9510951. All right. Text message also works. 0701-9339-962. It's Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM. Right, I want to hear what's happening in your environment. You can say that. You can calling to give that report, or even send a text message to that number. I mean, some of these schools that you have mentioned, right? Is there like, I'm wondering if there's been like an assessment of like overall assessment of the schools that we have in the state, especially these schools that have, these communities rather, that have consistently spoken about how dilapidated structures are, school structures. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Queen.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Yes. My name is Don Obari.
Welcome.
Yes. My eyewitness report, I've called before.
Okay.
In my community, it is only the headmaster that is there.
What community is that, please?
No, the book. No.
Okay. It's just the headmaster that is there. Are you there? Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report? Hello, can you hear me? Why is this call not connecting? Welcome. Can you hear me? Okay, call again, please. 0810-9510-951. Let's get it. Let's get to hear. Let's get to hear these reports and see which one changes from now till next week. Right? 0810-9510-951. So before that call, I was talking about a situation where I'm hoping that it's being an assessment of some of these schools that have been mentioned in communities in River State, an assessment of what they look like, what is required of them, and what it should actually be. Welcome.
Yes, I called back because network is bad.
Yes, it's good to have you call back, please.
So what I'm saying is that it is only one headmaster. So concerned stakeholders have to engage small school start people and graduate to help the ones in the nursery and the primary.
So it
is so bad.
It's just a headmaster that said there are no teachers.
You say what?
You mean there are no teachers in the school?
No, only the headmaster. Only the
What is the situation? Are they not coming to work, or they are not employed?
No teacher.
Wow. Impressive.
No teacher. I called this from last year.
And this community is what again, please?
No Kuribowe. If you get to Bowe, you hear Bowe Junction, the last village by the right.
Yeah.
No Kuribowe. Only one headmaster.
Sad. Thank you so much for this report.
Thank you.
Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Praise God.
Praise God.
Calling from Odima.
Welcome.
Okay, yeah. The thing is, my place, there is no light for more than 7 years now.
7 years. Where is that, please?
Even our hospital, nobody taking care of it. There is no light. Nobody is even saying, the government, that they are not even doing anything.
Where is that? You didn't mention the place.
So there is no light. Please, I please.
Can you hear me?
The place is Ubima.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So there is no light there for more than 7 years now.
Wow.
So I'm pleading for the government that should help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I'm calling anonymously.
All right, please go on.
Let me start with the hospital, Casey Harrison, Professor Casey Harrison Hospital. There's Yahoo going on there in their lab. Anytime you go there for surgery or any treatment, even when they have checked your PCV and find out that your PCV is very high, they will now write that you should go and purchase blood, knowing fully well that they will not give you that blood, and they will not accept transfer. They ask you to go and collect 25,000 naira from like cash and pay. Immediately you pay that money, whether you take that blood or not, they will just write it there. It's also written in the lab door that there is no refund of money, and that is what they do every day. You go to their pharmacy, no medication.
Wow.
But they have, even the pharmacy, that they have the drug they sell within them. They don't have it in the hospital, but I don't know how they are making the arrangement there. So I think that is high level of fraud going on in the government hospital.
Yeah.
Because when somebody pays for a service that you know the person will not receive at the end of the day, there won't be a refund. That's very bad. I don't know if the management, if they are aware, or if it is the lab and few staff that are conniving to do that. I think they have to look into that. Because it's not easy. The people are suffering to get this money. It's not easy out there. By the time you go there, they write blood. At the end of the day, they won't give you the blood. They won't refund the money. That's a very bad policy, if at all anything exists officially. Then second eyewitness is on the whole Ikwere. Where will I say the whole Ikwere? Because I say it's still Ikwere community. Let's say Ikwere local government and Emoha government, local government. There is no functional general hospital. That of Ubima, the only thing you see there is grass, dilapidated. I don't know what is happening to that structure. That place, they don't want to put staff there and maybe renovate that place, rehabilitate it for use.
All right.
It's just been abandoned. Isopo one is almost not functional. You go there, you won't even believe that is a zonal hospital. Zonal hospital is Isopo. That is to say, the whole Ikure local government, there is no any functional
hospital,
a secondary health center in the whole Ikure local government. If you come to Emoha too, Emoha one is gone. Emoha General Hospital is gone. Alimini General Hospital is gone. I don't know what is happening. How can a whole two local government that share boundaries don't have functional general hospital? It's really very bad. I think I was trying to engage somebody about that Isobo. And they say the reason why they have not rehabilitated that of Isobo because they are waiting for Wigbe Teaching Hospital. Wigbe Teaching Hospital is not fortunate, so people should be dying.
All right then.
People should be patronizing parks before they will not rehabilitate it or wait for Wigbe Teaching Hospital.
All right then. Welcome.
Hello?
Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Go on, please.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Welcome.
Yes, this is Marvin from Port Harcourt.
All right.
My sister, my eyewitness is about my local government. I'm very angry and upset. I'm very upset about my local government that these people that keep on answering local government chairmen in a local government, what are they? I've not seen anything that these men are doing. Is it they are just there for their pocket and their family and their associates or what? I said that, do you know that in local government, it looks as if we don't have chairman. Sometimes when I hear about Chile, I keep on asking, is that guy different from these people? I don't understand. Ghana local government in particular, nothing is happening. I don't know whether they are taking that council for personal aggrandizement or what. I don't know. Council that belong to the whole Ghana local government, money, the central government are sending money to that council to develop. After we'll be thinking, but we are cheating ourselves. What kind of thing is this? Ghana local government, right from the time I was born till now, my sister, I'm in my late 30s now. As I'm talking to you, there is nothing. They should come out and tell me one single thing. Paul, is it only to sit in the council and be consuming money that belongs to everybody and causing unnecessary problem in the council, in the local government? I don't understand. Instead of these people to develop their local government, they keep on causing confusion that we want someone's life. What kind of thing is this?
All right then.
My sister, I'm very angry with these people. They should change their attitude though. This one is not that people at the top are doing they are doing us bad. They are the ones doing all this bad we are talking about now.
All right, just calm down. Thank you for the Eyewitness Report. Well, State School Doha in Ahoda East local government that was built by former Governor Rotimi Amici that was not completed is now without a single roofing sheet, and the environment is as bushy as an evil forest. So I am calling on River State government to pity the pupils and fix the roof. Engineer Godwin Happy. Thank you so much for texting. Rumodogo community has never felt the presence of the local government for once. No single LGA project there, but now we produce agricultural products in the LGA. Please, the government should help Rumodogo community. I am Chini Miriam Chitu from Rumodogo. All right, thank you. Take this commercial.
The first time he came to limelight was 2016 when Enugu Rangers won the Nigerian Premier Football League. Hey, for himself, he knew what he wanted. He went back, studied hard, prepared very hard, waiting for that opportunity to come. What opportunity? To be the man at the very top. And I won't say destiny because you have to get ready. Destiny will not drop in the hands of someone who is not ready. This is the story of Barrister Amobi Ezeako right here on Global Sports Update with yours truly, Godwin in Nakena. When we come back from this very short break. Welcome back. I'm taking you straight to Enugu. If it's not in Enugu, it's somewhere in Egypt. We'll talk about that later on the show. I don't know if I should start saying congratulations to him, because if you take a look at the table now, Enugu Rangers are topping. Am I right, Vice Amobi?
Yes, you are right.
How does it make you feel that the house you have built is looking very solid?
Well, it's a humbling moment for me and for everyone at the team. Also, it's a moment for deeper reflection, because from the onset, our strategic plan was made public And the idea was to really be commercially viable and to pursue sporting excellence, but in a way that will be sustainable. And that's why when you look at our team, averagely you have players of 20, 21 years. So I feel humbled, and I also feel grateful to God for making all this come to fruition. It's out of God's mercy, because most other clubs are also doing things right. But if God favors you, I think one has to be humble, and we've been favored 2 years ago, last year, and this season as well.
2 seasons ago, under your watch, first time out as chairman or general manager stroke chief executive officer of Enugu Rangers, you won the league. 2 years down the road, Enugu Rangers are on the verge of winning it again. Nigerians at home, and of course those in diaspora, want to find out what is it that Barrister Amobi Ezeaku is doing right at Enugu Rangers.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we announced a strategic plan that we felt could bring results to us and to our fans. But ultimately, God is the giver of success. And during your introduction, you also said yes, but one has to prepare. We are happy that we are working in an environment where we have support from the state government, from the fans of the club, from the sponsors, the major sponsors of the club, talking about AfroInvest now and Notre Tractors, and indeed private individuals like Jimo Raouf, Badamasi, JRB, Odengen, a lot of people who now understand this strategic plan, trying to put in resources to support. When we came on board in 2023 and we announced it, we actually told our fans to be patient. Now we are going to be transparent with the process. We gave them up-to-date report of what we are doing, and God being so kind, we won the league in that first year. And the next season, it was a bit tough because, of course, Nigerian league is very difficult. But we also got to the semi-finals of the Federation Cup last year, which for us was also tremendous success. And now this season is looking good for us. It's still very tight, very, very tight, because we have many other big and rich clubs contending for the title. But we are trusting God, and we are still focusing on our strategic plan. And this season and this time around, we are very, very much interested in giving chance to the younger players, pushing them to discover their momentum, to discover the stuff they are made of. So I would just say that the secret has been, God helping us, and then we sticking judiciously to our strategic plan. And Coach Fidel Isilechuku, he will always make the difference. He's very brilliant, he's very intelligent, and I've been very glad, I'm very happy to be working with him and the entire technical crew. So that is it really.
Well, you said that in 2023 when you got the job, you said to the fans, Enugu Rangers fans, the Flying Antelopes, you have to be patient. But hey, they didn't have after you delivered the Premier League in Nigeria. What did you do differently?
Yeah, it was really magical, and when I reflect upon what happened 2 years ago, sometimes my body is filled with goosebumps. I become very emotional because really God sees the heart of men, and when it comes to football, I've devoted everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. And the team I work with, their devotion is quite very deep. And that year, when we came on board and we announced the strategic plan, and we told the fans, don't expect any miracle because you just need to build this castle. And as God may have it, we clinched the trophy. And we try to build on that momentum. And I think that's also what is showing off now, because we learned a lesson after winning the league. Some of the players that left after made our team to be weak. And the third season, we said, no, we must make sure we don't allow a year contract. It must be minimum of 2 years so that sustainability can be fueled. So that first season, for me, I would say it was really God trying to also, show that we can win when we are more transparent. We can win when we are more organized. When we try to, discuss our strategic plan. When we try to, even in the midst of the difficult terrain, be very sportsmanly, be very open-minded about the game. Because one thing I've discovered in my learning process, because even right now I'm still learning in this game, especially in Nigeria. One thing I've discovered is that no matter what you win, you must bring yourself down to continue to learn from people. Even when other people feel you are better off than those people, they have something to offer, and it's been helping us. It's a very difficult terrain, really. So that first season, you could also see that towards the end of the season, the fans started coming to the cathedral. They started believing. It also fueled our players to push, and then we got the trophy after 8 years. I recall that when I was team manager in 2016, we won the trophy after 32 years. So a combination of all these little experiences, little learnings here and there helped. But again, we say that 2016, we did a lot of talking. Sometimes we train for 3 hours, and then we use 1 hour, 30 minutes to speak to the team. A lot of life philosophy, why they must play for the badge, they must play for the name behind, why they must play to even make the society a better place. A lot of fire put in their mind, and it continues even till now. I think that's little things we've been doing. We are not that experienced like people like you, Mr. Godwin, who have been in the system, or Mr. Felix, who won CAF Champions League back-to-back. We are just learning, and God is helping us.
God indeed is helping. All right, Sir Amo Beziako, let's go straight to specific targets that you set for yourself at the beginning of this season.
The target continues from the first day we announced our strategic plan. So already in our strategic plan, we said we will win 1 trophy within the 4 years of the strategic plan. Already we won that in 2023. So that is ticked. Then we also said we will establish a well-structured Rangers youth system. That is ticked. We have the under 10, the under 13, the under 15, the under 17, and the under 19. And we said we established the women team, which was also established last year. And you recall they played in the nationwide playoff, and they won a ticket to play in the championship.
Okay.
They also last week won in the finals of the Enugu State FA Cup. They defeated Zoha Football Academy 10-0 to also qualify for the national. So then for the senior team, we said in our strategic plan that we want to be competitive on the continent within these 4 years. And God willing, we were in the Champions League in 2023. And the way it is looking, by God's special grace, it's most likely we will also be competing in the Champions League this season. But there is a clause to that. We want to go all out. We don't want to just make up the numbers. And I've had conversations with Coach Ilechuku over and over again. We must do everything humanly possible. We must polish our strategies to see how far we can go in the CAF Champions League. So I think overall, there is no target to maybe win the league or win the FA Cup for the coaches. But for you to go for the Champions League, you must get a ticket to play. So invariably, you have to either win or come second to play in the Champions League.
Excellent. Fake one. Certainly, Barrister Amo Beziako and yours truly, Godwin Enakela, talking about the Rangers right here on the show. Tomorrow is another day. Let's keep cruising. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. My name is Godwin Enakela. God bless Nigeria.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
trendybeats.com.
You sweet past
for herbal medicine wey dey produce strong correct medicine dem take dey support we country healthcare system. Countryman, correct gbekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine dem wey no dey come out for public anyhow like a big masquerade full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness sef sabi medicine wey pass am. After all, monkey smart na because tree near tree inside forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. 111 946. Our topic of discussion is infertility, and I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Infertility is seen in couples whenever a man and a woman is able to stay together for at least 1 year, which is equal to 12 months, without being able to get pregnancy so that they can get fruit of the womb. It is of two types. We have primary infertility, and the second one is called secondary infertility. Primary infertility is seen when a man and a woman have stayed together for at least a year and they are unable to conceive. But in secondary infertility, a man and a woman have been able to have issues or to have even only one, but they intend to get more, which is not forthcoming. That is secondary infertility. So whenever there is infertility, it is very important for the two to join hands together and go for investigations. What makes a man the father of any child is the quality of the semen coming from the man. That a man is able to perform doesn't make him the father of any child. What is coming from a man is gotten from the testicles. In some men, the number of sperm cells can drop, a situation that we call oligospermia. In some, the cells may not even be there at all, a situation that is called azoospermia. Some men do experience a situation where what is coming from them is nothing but only water. All the qualities are not there. There are many factors that can make a man to come under these conditions, part of which is drug abuse. There are some medications that some men do take that are spermicidal. That is, they are killers of the cells that makes a man the father of any child. Not only this, it is possible when a man is exposed to very high temperature, particularly the private part, for the cells to die or get weakened. And that is why the nature in his species did not put the testicles inside our abdomen, because the process of spermatogenesis does not require very high temperature. That is why they are kept in the sac under there, so that the temperature can be a mild one. Not only this, infections that men have suffered from, whether in the past or in the recent, can also destroy all the cells. Even some before their puberty, issues that are supposed to produce the cells. Some do suffer from sexually transmitted infections that have been able to get deep into the testicles and destroy all the cells. At times, hormonal imbalance can also affect the quality of semen a man produces. All this can make the man to be the cause of infertility in his family. In women, it is possible for challenges to also result from infection. Infections that are poorly treated in women can make a woman to suffer from serious lower abdominal pains, which can spread upward and tend to block the fallopian tube. In some women, drug abuse can be the challenge. Some women, without even having any issue, they take to lifestyle of taking contraceptives, pills, or injections that they use to prevent pregnancy without having any issue. And this can cause hormonal imbalance and disrupt all their fertility profile to the extent that when the time comes that they have the desire for this, they may not be able to get it. Not only this, some have done repeated abortions that perforate the uterus, or the uterus has been destroyed, all the layers are not complete again. Under that condition, when a woman conceives, in less than 8 weeks, it will drop. Some have fibroids, a mass growing inside the lumen of the uterus that is not giving enough space for pregnancy to grow to maturity. And that's why we say, under this condition, we have to first agree on how to get out of the challenge. And how do one get out of challenge? It is by visiting a competent healthcare giver who will be able to do investigations and know what the root cause of the problem is. It may be from man, it may be from the woman of the house, and at times it can be from both of them. But once the root cause of the challenge is determined, the way out will not be far-fetched. Anytime there is infertility in families, we do advise that mutual understanding is very important. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody.
African style. African style.
95.1 FM. Today is actually the first thrill for this new month. Yeah. And it saddens my heart that we are beginning the thrill this new month with a sad news. And it's just like, I saw a post online where someone says that as much as I want to be politically informed and educated, I also want to have a good day and be in a good mood. And that's really deep, because it's almost like you cannot be informed in Nigeria and be in a good mood at the same time. It's almost like you cannot be politically educated and well informed in Nigeria and still have a good day and be in a good mood, because most of the things going on in Nigeria is just, it has a way of affecting your mood, your mentality, your sanity even, and your overall well-being. Because there's some news that you just hear and read, and it tampers with the chances of you having a good day. Because how can you hear news of someone who was killed in their house, and when you hear about the issue surrounding the person's killing or the person's death, your mood just goes sour. I mean, your day is almost ruined because of the news that you hear going on everywhere in various states of the country. It's really a sad one, because, and then the question of what's really going on, it's like a rhetorical question, because who's going to answer that question for us now at this point? When you ask what is going on, who is going to answer the question for us? Who is going to give us the answer to that question? Because it's just been a lot. It's always something. Today you wake up to news of this. The next day you wake up to news of an abduction that took place in one state. Sometimes before 24 hours is over, you must have recorded or heard about kidnappings, abductions, killings in various parts of the country. Before 24 hours will be done, as you're hearing one, maybe in the morning, before it gets to noon, you're hearing another case. Before it gets to night or even the evening, you're hearing yet another one. Before the day wraps up or rounds off, you've heard of 3, 4, 5 cases of kidnappings, abductions, and killings. When will it end? When will it end? Will it ever end? Do we have to adjust to these issues? Do we have to now adjust to that's the norm, that's how it is, that's what we experience on a daily basis? We shouldn't need to adjust rather. We shouldn't need to adjust to fear, trembling, chaos, tension. Let me take a deep breath at this point, because will it get better? Will it get worse? When will it end? Will it ever end? Or will it just get worse? These are the questions in the lips of Nigerians, the lips of everyone. Because, okay, let's get into what we have this evening, right? That's just like the intro into what we have. And I'm saying that, I said all of those because of what we're talking about this evening, right? We're making reference or citing the tension that occurred in Idumebo quarters in Ekpoma, Eastern West local government area of Edo State. That's just one out of the many that we've heard that people have experienced in the few months, up until now. That's just one out of the many. But this had a lot of issues because, there is just so much around it, and you don't even know how to address the matter. You don't even know how to put your opinion, the reaction. But yes, we'll also have time for you to call in to share your reaction or opinion on that matter. But we're talking about the tension that happened in the Idumebo quarters in Ekpoma. I mean, it's just been on everywhere and people have been talking about it, and it's a matter of great concern because it begs the question of when will all these kidnappings, abductions, and killings end? When will it end? Will it ever end? Or would it get worse? Now, a popular fast food operator in Ekpoma Mr. Justin Notene, during the failed kidnap attempt, was killed. Now, they attempted to kidnap him. The kidnap was a failed one. Like, it didn't happen. They didn't eventually get to kidnap him because of the failed attempt. But in the process of abduction and, kidnapping, he lost his life. Now, Otene, as the chief executive officer of Principal Takeout, was reportedly shot dead at about 9 p.m. on Saturday when suspected kidnappers stormed his residence. Residents said the victim had returned home to restock after running out of supplies at his outlet in Dumebo, where the attackers believed they have trailed him. They struck. So, a man who runs a business in Ekpoma, Edo State, has an eatery. He ran out of supplies and decided to go home, to restock. And it was reported that, or believed that, he was trailed by the attackers. A source said the gunmen attempted to abduct him but shot him when he resisted. So they were trying to kidnap him. They were trying to just, bundle him and take him away, some place that they will take him to, and probably not call the family members, ask for ransom or whatever it is they had in mind or the intention they had for the abduction. But he resisted. They're trying to take him and he was resisted. In the attempt or in the course of that resistance, he was shot. Now, the killing sparked tension in the area, worsened by reports of a planned protest circulated on social media. Security operatives, including the police and personnel of the Edo State Security Corps, were later deployed to strategic locations in Ekpoma to prevent a breakdown of law and order. The zonal commander of the Edo State Security Corps, Mr. Joel Aidamebo, and the coordinator of the Edo State Special Security Squad, Mr. Noel Aimioleme, confirmed the incident. They said Governor Mondekwelo had directed security agencies to investigate the killing and ensure those responsible are brought to justice. The spokesman of the Edo State Police Command, ASP Eno Ikoidem, also confirmed the incident, stating that efforts are ongoing to apprehend the suspect. Now, we hear that when something happens, a kidnapping happens, suspects are on the run, and there's been a victim of abduction or kidnapping or killing, we always hear that, okay, plans are underway to ensure that the suspects are apprehended. A statement is released. Usually, security agencies are now deployed to the areas. In the heat of the moment, security agencies are deployed to these areas to ensure that there's law and order, to restore peace and calm to the town or state or local government or community, wherever that happened. We are used to that at this point. But the ultimate question is, when will it end? Why does it have to be that we keep hearing this again and again and again? And it's almost like, does it seem like, security agencies storm a place when tragedy has struck? Is it not possible for security agents to be on standby to avoid these catastrophe or calamity from befalling residents of different states and community and local government areas? Is it not possible for there to be peace, law and order, such that kidnappers and terrorists or attackers will not even see a chance or have the chance to attack a place, a community, a village, a town, a state, before security agencies will now get to work or be on standby? Why is it that a situation happens, a victim is, recorded, and then security agencies are deployed to ensure that there's law and order in that place, and then they start, working to ensure that those responsible are brought to justice? Is it not possible that there will be no victim at all? An abduction will not even occur at all. Kidnapping will not even have the chance to thrive because security agencies are on guard. They are on point. They are doing what they're supposed to do. They are manning the positions that they've been deployed to. They are manning communities, local government areas and states, ensuring that this evil doesn't even have a chance to thrive. When will it end? Yeah, when would we come on to say, we no longer have to record cases of victims of abductions, kidnappings, attackers killing people in their homes, in their workplaces, on the road, on the street? Because it's building a lot of fear and tension in the minds of the people. People don't even know where to go, people don't even know, oh, what if it's happening here? If you go here now, how are you sure that this place is safe? Even in their homes, people are scared. There's so much tension going on around, because this is not just the first case that we're hearing of someone being killed in that area. I mean, in Ekpoma, there's been series of kidnappings, killings, and abductions going on in that town in Ekpoma, Edo State. This is not the first, not the second. We keep hearing, cases of people being killed, kidnapped, abducted, and then ransom are being asked for. People are, putting call for help and plea for benevolent Nigerians to please donate money and let their people be released. It's just a lot. And I say because it's not the first, it's not the second. Just earlier, there's also the news of doctors, right? Doctors who says that one of their own, medical doctors in Niger State, says that one of their own was kidnapped. This is just another, just this week. Today is Monday. Just within the weekend into this new week, there has been, I've lost count at this point, right? Medical doctors in Niger State are threatening to embark on industrial strike if the state government fails to secure the release of one of their colleagues who was abducted by suspected terrorists. That's in Niger State. We're talking about the one that happened in Edo State. And then there's another one in Ibadan. The Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, IBEDC, has confirmed the abduction of 2 of its staff members in the Ogun region. The power company disclosed that the incident occurred on April 29, 2026, raising concerns about the safety of its personnel. So, Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, 2 of their staff members in the Ogun region were abducted. In Niger State, medical doctors are threatening to go on an industrial action if the government if they fail to secure the release of one of their colleagues who was abducted by suspected terrorists. In Edo State, someone was killed because he was resisting abduction. The attackers killed him. And I think just some hours after that person, another one came. There was a news of another one who was killed as well in his hostel, in his compound, in their premises. I mean, there are people who are responsible for safeguarding lives and property. The government, security agencies. This is like a call for them to do what they're supposed to do. If you cannot be safe in your house, in your workplace, in the market, in the street, in public places, where else would you now go for safety? Should everybody now pack their bags and luggages and go and sleep inside a police station for safety? Should everyone have to pack all their family members and go to the camp of maybe the camp of army, to go to their camp or their base and build your house there or pitch your tent there and go sleep there for safety? If people can't be safe in their homes, where else would they be safe? I mean, if there's this fear of you can just be in your house and you hear bo, ba, bas, bows. So what can we do? That's why I'm asking the question, because I want to know your opinion on this, right? Making reference to the case I just brought on here. When will all these abductions and kidnappings end? Will it ever end? Would we now have to get used to it as the normal? Will it get better? Would it get worse? What is going on? We have security agencies, a lot of them. But what's going on? Why can't people be safe in their homes, in their workplaces? Why can't people be safe in their country? This is our country. We are bona fide citizens. Why can't we be safe in our own hometown, in our villages, in our communities, in our towns, in our cities? It's just one news or the other. Someone was saying earlier that at this point, nobody even knows who is next. How? Why is there so much tension and fear? Why is there so much tension and fear? Will it get better in the coming days, weeks, months, or would it get worse? Let's do a 5 minutes break, okay? Say 9:40. We open the phone lines to have you join in on the conversation. I really want to hear your opinion, get your reaction on it. What do you think? Do you think it will get better? Do you think it will get worse? Do you think it will ever end? All of these questions. I need answers from you, your opinions on the matter. All right, please stay with me. This is Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
it's almost like I don't want to say that thing that's on my mind on this matter. But yes, live and let live. The ultimate question is, all these abductions and kidnappings and killings and attacks that we record almost every day in this country, when will it end? Will it ever end? Will it get better? Will the fear and tension hovering around in the hearts of, there's so much fear and tension going on silently. Some persons are vocal about it and they come out, they really talk about how that is just been so much chaos and killings going on and bloodshed. While some persons are quiet about it because, they just don't want to talk because they're overwhelmed and they are traumatized. So there's the silent fear going on here. When will this whole fear fade out or phase out and we'll be good again? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome. I'm very well, thank you.
Okay. So I want to ask you, we have a chief security officer, or how do you call him, the number one man in the country who's supposed to protect life and property, which is not true. That's the president and his cabinet. By the way, where is the head? Where is the president of Nigeria currently?
That's a question too.
Where is he? He's in the country. Where he's traveling to, the countries he's traveling to, all this movement he's making, is it going in anywhere going to salvage Nigeria from this crisis?
All right.
This is what we're talking about, that when we have issues like this, it's time for people to just wake up and understand that we don't have a government, a functioning government. This is not a government, this is not a government is supposed to run. It's unfortunate, my sister.
All right. Thank you. Okay. 0810951091. We have security agencies. It's not like we're a country without help. It's not like we're a country without support or we're a country without defense. We have the military. We have Nigerian Army, Navy, Nigerian Air Force. We have DIA. There's the Nigerian Police Force. There's the NSCDC. We have security agents and agencies. So it's not like we're lacking all of that. But what's going on? Why do we still have to record a lot of killings of Nigerians, of our people in our own country? Hello, good evening. Hello. Yes, the question on the matter tonight is, all of this is going on, will it get better? When will it end? When will it end? When would we be, have a sigh of relief that, okay, this whole thing going on is over and we can now have law, order and peace and quiet, and people will no longer be so scared to move around in their homes, go to the market, because you have to always look over your shoulders. You don't know what's going to happen next. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
This is Marvin from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on, please.
Nigeria will never ever get better again. I am not predicting that, but from what is playing out, everyone is seeing it now. Yes. Nigeria will never get better again because those who are supposed to keep Nigeria in order and so that it will bring attraction from outside the country, they are the ones destroying the country. We cannot even run away from that. We must say it. Look at it. Those killings that are taking place, is it Marvin that is killing them?
All right.
Look at the way the country is.
Okay.
The way the country is now, you see that it's being infiltrated by those we don't even know where they come from. Look at it now, the population that is in Nigeria now. Look at the faces. Just travel around the country, look at the faces of people you are saying. Some of them, you don't even know where they come from. But they're in the country.
All right, thank you for sharing your opinion.
To know what is happening because none of our leaders want the country to unite. They are just talking of unity for mouth. So you cannot cheat nature. The country is towing the line of disintegration. Since we call them to, let's come on round table and discuss how we can see how we can develop this country, and they keep on imprisoning some people.
So you don't think we'll ever be out of the fear and tension going on? All right.
You say?
I say, so you don't think we'll ever get to the point where there will be no more fear and tension going on in the country?
Yes. So if they continue to silence those who are advocating for the betterment of the country, you imprison them or you kill them or you chase them out of the country.
All right, thank you.
How are we going to get better? So we are towing the line of disintegration.
Okay. 0810951091. What's your opinion? What's your view to this? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
This is Honorable Queen.
Go on, please.
Have you heard about word karma before?
Yeah.
Okay. When you purposely they do something to somebody and the people they say, God, see this thing where you they do me, if they good, may God see them. It's not bad prayer. So how do you think that all these things will stop where they say government are paying ransom to kidnappers? The only business is see at POS they flourish. You know what make people they put here because people they see money. So government where they pay money and the way they catch them. No, we don't see all right. Now I make the country not go get data now because when I want to talk to
No, I'm just telling you to try and wrap up. No, now like what you're saying is your opinion, right? Try and wrap up.
We are looking
So I shall allow you to talk for how many minutes now? Chris, continue your thoughts.
I know it's not picking for media.
Like
good night. Good night.
Oh,
good
yeah,
night.
no.
I know.
When I tell you all right, I don't mean like, okay, stop talking immediately. All right is like to nudge you to conclude your opinion, all right? Because there are just a lot of people having that have an opinion on the matter. So I need to, get all of the opinions as much as I can and as much as the time permits, okay? Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
My sister on the line.
Welcome.
I'm Simeon. I'm calling from Delhi.
Okay, go on, please.
You see, I believe the philosophy of bedbug. The bedbug says anything that gets hot will surely get cold.
Okay.
That's what I believe for Nigeria.
All right.
And I know that after this madness, we shall come back to our senses.
Okay.
Even those bad boys in the north there, I'm sorry to say the north, those bad boys there who are carrying the arms and killing their brothers and their fathers and mothers, driving them away. A point we reach when they will.
So you're of the opinion that it will definitely get to a point where all of this will be over.
So I'm of the opinion that one day God will speak to them.
Okay.
And they will realize themselves and forgive them.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Rona.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Go on, please.
My name is Chigozie.
Okay.
I'm from Amoma.
Okay.
Yeah, if the people that are supposed to protect us and the country called Nigeria, the government will be cooking up for them. How can you assure yourself that they can protect us very well? My idea this night is that they should legalize gun. Let me have my own idea for sex and protect myself. I cannot rely on spiritual justice.
So you'd rather that's okay. So you want to take up the responsibility of protecting yourself. How about other people? How would they get protection too? Eh? I was saying that if everyone takes up the responsibility of getting the gun, how would other people who don't have licenses or access to it protect themselves? If it becomes a legal thing, a lot of things will even get worse, don't you think? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
Why you keep calling? Keep talking now.
Sorry, go on, please. Good evening.
For me, can you hear me?
Very well.
For me, I think the scenario you painted out for Edo State.
Yeah.
To me, I think it's not proper for if you see criminals, with gun. They are coming to kidnap you. Probably, it may not be assassin. I think he
was resisting the abduction.
Because he need to play with caution. Now he refused. Now they don't shot him. Now knowing fully where this APC-led federal government did not have anything. They don't value life. In fact, they don't have anything to do about security. If you cannot provide for yourself, you you try to be careful. You should have followed them. Let us maybe they
Well,
will
who
begin
knows?
find
Some of them
It's
get
unfortunate.
abducted and they don't even come out again. Some get abducted and they are released. So maybe he didn't want to go
Is that-
there. I mean, who knows if he had followed them? What if they never hear from him again? So
That's
he
what
was
I'm
probably
saying
trying to
now.
resist because of fear.
Probably they may be demanding only money. Now,
Yeah.
refusing to follow them now lead to death. They didn't pay me as you talk
Yeah,
am now.
that's
So to
even
me,
worse.
yes, people should be, people should be careful,
All right,
please,
thank
because
you.
this APC cannot protect life.
Thank you for
So
your
you
opinion.
do everything possible in your own limit. Thank you, Camilla.
All right. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Hello. Go on, please.
Hello?
Yes, I've taken your call. Go on.
Oh, thank you. You're talking about insecurity. My name is Steve.
Yes.
I think we, the individuals, the community, we need to step up. So we cannot keep calling on radio and keep shouting. People need to come
Okay.
out.
All right.
All the communities, they have young people. It's not all about doing causes, enter dance, really. I heard one story, some group of friends they went to the beach to go and do the beach. Look at the thing. Why not gather themselves, enter the beach here? Let government support them. Get some of these criminals that are causing this security kidnapping.
You mean like regular citizens should just go into the bush and do you mean like citizens should take up things, go to the bush to get them? But how safe is that even? Would there not be casualties like that too?
I'm not yet.
I said if everyone decides to say, okay, let's go into the bush and fish them out, would we not still record casualties because you don't know how armed some of these people are?
No, there is nothing that will happen. Let me tell you what happened. The place I stay here, the estate I stay here, there was things that do happen here. And people came out and said, no, they will not allow this thing to happen. And it's not.
Okay.
All these communities that are complaining every time,
Yeah.
they kidnap my mother, hey, they kidnap us. They should come out. If your mother is going to farm, come out and protect your mother. Because this is not just security that will be going to these areas that most of these people do. So monitor things and see how they can chase them out.
All right, thank you.
If they consider that they will do that, just like that. You should come out. Come out. Protect the environment. Try and know exactly what is going on in your environment. See how what you can do. Don't just
All
allow
right.
government.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. 08109510951. That is the number to call to lend your voice, give your opinion or reaction on the matter. Talking about the incident that happened in Idumebo in Edo State, Ekpoma precisely. And there's just been a lot of abductions going on there, killings going on there, and kidnappings going on there. The people who reside there, residents complaining, students who school in the Ambrosali University there complaining, because it's just like you don't know what's going to happen the next minute. You may be talking about someone's issue today and tomorrow they're talking about your issue. It's just a lot of tension and fear in the heart of Nigerians. As much as people want to say, put up a bold front and act like, okay, everything will be fine, we're not afraid, we're not scared, there's just this silent caution. And it's not just a caution of, okay, be a careful person or be careful. It's a caution of fear of the unknown. You don't know what to expect, you don't know what's going to happen. The hearts of everyone, most people are just like, don't even know what's going on. And that's why I'm asking the question of, will it ever end, or will it get worse, or will it get better, or when will it end that we don't have to record cases of victims of abductions and kidnappings and killings in their homes, in their institution, in their businesses, in the markets, streets, public places and gatherings. Okay, so we don't go to crowded places. Even people in their homes, in their rooms, on their bed, get abducted, get kidnapped. Some of them get, shot in their homes. And we're like, we have security agents here in these states, in the country. It's not like we're helpless. All that. It's not like we don't have people who have been charged with the responsibility of taking care of the people in the country, the lives and property of our people. But what's going on? It's almost okay. Let me try to let's say a compound that has a gateman, chief security officer, there's a CSO, or let me use an estate that has a CSO in charge of that gate. And you hear that kidnappers or armed robbers came into the estate. They robbed people of their possession, killed who as many as they wanted to, and they went away. And no, they've not been caught. They went away freely. And then your first question was asked, who are there not people supposed to be guarding that gate, watching over that estate? What were they doing? Were they not on duty? Were they sleeping? Or did they stroll out? What happened that people got access into that estate, did all the havoc they could do, and nobody, was there to protect the people of that estate? And they have people that they are paying to do the job. I mean, make it make sense. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Luna, good evening.
Welcome, good evening.
Hey, Chief Solomon.
All right.
You're asking the public, a kind of a funny question because for me, when Bible said nation will rise against nation, when the coming of Christ is near, there are so many things will be happening. That is the challenge.
So this is like signs of the end time?
Yes. There is nothing we can do because Bible has already satisfied
so we should
it.
just allow it keep going on because... Oh, really?
Yes, Bible has said killing, all those things going to happen. So we are just to amend it. We can amend it, but we can't resolve it. You see?
But we can.
So what is there is that we need to be everybody's supposed to be security.
Conscious and helpful.
Yes.
All right.
Everybody's supposed to be security. Don't just rely on the police or army or this or that. No.
Okay.
Let everybody be security. That is how to amend it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can't take any more calls because of time, but thank you all so much who joined in on the show. It's almost like at the end of when we talk about security issues and concerns and, maybe one case or the other, we just still try to tell ourselves that try to be safe. I mean, at this point, if someone tells you be safe, just know they really mean well for you. Just know that they really love you because your safety, the safety of your loved ones and your family is very important. God help us all. That's it. Thank you for joining on the show. The World News comes up right after this, and right after that, The World Today. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Aguara. First the headlines. President Bola Tinubu deploys 4 new permanent secretaries to strengthen governance. Senate holds public hearing on bill to establish Revenue and Fiscal Management Institute. PDP board appoints interim NWC after Supreme Court ruling on the foreign since Spain deploys over the 13,000 security personnel for visits of Pope Leo XIV. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has approved the deployment of 4 newly appointed federal permanent secretaries as part of efforts to improve governance and service delivery across key ministries. The move, announced in a statement by the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, aligns with the administration's Renewed Hope agenda and is aimed at enhancing policy implementation and interministerial coordination. According to the statement signed by Director of Information and Public Relations Ino Olutu, the postings follow the competitive selection process designed to place experienced officials in strategic roles. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, DG Walsin Jack, congratulated the appointees and urged them to uphold professionalism, accountability, and results-driven leadership in delivering government priorities. The government said the reshuffle is part of broader civil service reforms aimed at improving efficiency and aligning public administration with national development goals. The federal government has intensified efforts to prevent a looming pension shortfall, directing by full compliance from ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, in the ongoing verification and enrollment exercise for civil servants with accrued pension rights. The initiative, coordinated by the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, is aimed at capturing accurate data on workers under the Contributory Pension Scheme, CPS, and settling outstanding liabilities from the old Defined Benefit Scheme. According to PENCOM, the exercise targets employees in Treasury-funded MDAs who were in service before June 30, 2004, and runs from February 2nd to July 31, 2026. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, DG Walsin Jack, has ordered MDAs to ensure strict compliance following low participation nationwide. The verification process, now digitized through the Contributions and Bond Redemption Application (COBRA) platform, includes biometric capture and real-time validation to improve accuracy and reduce delays in pension processing. The Nigerian Senate has conducted a public hearing on the bill seeking to establish the Chartered Institute of Revenue and Fiscal Management of Nigeria, marking a key stage in the legislative process. The proposed law, sponsored by Senator Adamu Alero, aims to strengthen professionalism, ethical standards, and capacity development in revenue administration. Representing Senate President Godswill Akpabio at the hearing organized by the Senate's Joint Committee chaired by Sani Musa, Tony Nwoye said the initiative would enhance revenue, mobilization, fiscal discipline, transparency, and accountability, stressing that effective management of public funds is critical to national development. While supporters, including representatives of the Institute of Revenue Management and Research, IRMR, argued that the institute would improve standards and address capacity gaps in the fiscal management, several others opposed the bill. The Senate is expected to review recommendations from the hearing as the bill advances through further legislative consideration. The Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by Senator Adolphus Wabara, has appointed a 13-member Interim National Working Committee, NWC, to steer the party following what he described as a leadership vacuum. Wabara said the decision was in line with the party's constitution after a Supreme Court judgment nullified the Ibadan Convention. The interim committee is headed by former National Chairman Tanimu Turaki and emerged from a National Executive Committee NEC meeting convened by his faction at the Yaradua Center in Abuja, attended by key stakeholders including Sheyi Makinde, Babangida Mwazu, Jerry Ghana, and Zainab Maina. The group also declared the Abuja Convention that produced the Abdulrahman Mohammed-led NWC null and void, insisting that the party constitution mandates the establishment of a caretaker committee in the event of a leadership vacuum. This followed the Supreme Court's dismissal of an appeal by the Turkey-led NWC, with Justice Stephen ruling that the Ibadan Convention violated an earlier Federal High Court judgment delivered by Justice James Omotosho. Meanwhile, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike rejected claims of factionalism, declaring that the Supreme Court ruling had settled the dispute and affirmed the legitimacy of the Abdulrahman-led leadership. Speaking in Abuja, Wike insisted there is now only one PDP, maintaining that the March 2026 convention, backed by his camp, remains valid. The All Progressives Congress APC has announced an extension of deadlines for the sale and submission of expression of interest and nomination forms for aspirants ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to a spokesperson, Felix Moka, the sales of form will now close at midnight on Wednesday, 6 May 2026, while submission of completed forms has been extended to midnight on Thursday, 7 May 2026. The adjustment announced via the party's official X handle also shifts the screening exercise to run from Friday, 8 May to Tuesday, 12 May 2026, with the list of screened aspirants scheduled for release on Wednesday, 13 May 2026. The party said the revised timetable is aimed at ensuring a smoother nomination process and allowing more aspirants adequate time to complete requirements ahead of the internal screening and selection stages for the 2027 elections. You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. The leadership of the Tipper Drivers Association of Nigeria, TDAN, has pledged to restore order on the nation's roads and enforce discipline among its members. Speaking to Today FM's Magnus Nwawa shortly after the inauguration of the association's state executive officers, TDAN chairman Peter Nadi said issues such as illegal tax forces, double taxation, and reckless driving had already been addressed prior to the new administration taking office. He added that within the next 100 days, the association would implement further reforms aimed at improving operations and ensuring professionalism among members.
Tipper driver on the road now apply freely, no molestation, no intimidation. And as a former state admin, I work tirelessly from the foundation and make sure that drivers were protected from unfavorable legal conditions. And now I've been in power. We now have other projects we want to execute. I reformed Tipper Drivers Association. From now henceforth, within my 100 days in office, I will start my projects which I promised them in my manifesto.
In their separate remarks, the Secretary General of the Association, Prince Divine, and the Electoral Committee Chairman, Peter Destiny Orji, noted that TDAN had previously faced numerous challenges without clear solutions. They, however, expressed optimism about the future, promising to work collaboratively with the state government, particularly the Ministry of Transport, to reposition the sector for greater efficiency and sustainability.
Everybody's rejoicing because a new dawn where we expect that there will be changes in the association. For the past 9 years, the association has been suffering for management and some irregularities. So we believe that we are going to change the narrative in the Tipper Drivers Association.
The issue of no violence, preaching to them, announcing to them, because we have already lectured our members on how to be calm in every situation. We are Tipper drivers. We have seen a lot in life. So coming here to make noise does not make a good sense. So that's why you see that everybody conducted himself in an orderly manner.
A former Agricultural Development Program Manager, Vitalis Chinda Bule, has expressed concern over what he described as the continued neglect of Nigeria's maritime sector despite its vast economic potential. Chinda Bule criticized both the federal and River State government for what he called overdependence on crude oil, noting that little attention has been given to harnessing resources from the nation's waterways. He also faulted the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, headed by Adegboyega Oyetola, accusing it of making policy pronouncements without corresponding implementation or actionable strategies. According to him, foreign nationals continue to exploit Nigeria's waters through illegal fishing activities, often exporting the same fish back into the country, a situation he described as unacceptable.
over dependence on crude oil and neglecting the agri sector, the blue economy, where we can harness our fishery potential. That itself and the federal government of Nigeria, they have paid deaf ear to the resources that are clearable from our maritime sector. They normally go on air, on paper, on policy without implementation, without actually investing on blue economy. People from other foreign nationals, from Cameroon, Ghana, Togolese, and other West African neighboring countries, they come to Nigerian federal water and fish all our aquatic potential. That's a bad omen. So it is high time for both the state government and the federal government to invest on blue potentials and maritime blue economy.
Chindagbule recalled efforts by former River State Governor Rotimi Amechi, who invested in the sector through the acquisition of deep-sea fishing trawlers. He said the initiative could have created jobs and boosted revenue, was abandoned by subsequent administrations, leading to its eventual collapse.
When Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi was the governor of Rivers, he was able to invest. He purchased about 6 or 7 fishing trawlers. And as he left office, government is supposed to be a continuity. Everything crumbled. Unfortunately, the state government and the Ministry of Agriculture did not engage into deep potentials, engage real actionable strategy of maximizing those 6 or 7 fishing trawlers in order to make more money for the state and for the country.
The concerns come amid recent observation by Today FM correspondent Olawale Sanusi during a Nigerian Navy exercise in the Gulf of Guinea, where there was a noticeably poor presence of Nigerian fishing trawlers at sea, raising further questions about local participation in the maritime industry. The head of the Department of Environmental Management at the River State University, Chukwudi Ohanuna, has emphasized that waste materials such as plastics can be converted into eco-friendly products to reduce the rising cases of air pollution. Ohanuna made this known in an interview to the FM's Magnus Wawa, noting that adopting and sustaining waste-to-wealth initiatives would promote a cleaner and healthier environment. He further observed that the effects of climate change being experienced globally are largely due to poor environmental practices, adding that even sewage can be harnessed for electricity generation.
Environmental sustainability is the pivot of any meaningful thing or business that we want to undertake. Rather than discarding this waste and creating various forms of pollution, this waste can be channeled into useful resources, even for the sewage that is being discarded indiscriminately, causing water pollution and the spread of communicable diseases. Research has shown that sewage can be put into good use and that it can be used to generate electricity. So this is what the Waste to Wealth initiative is all about.
The head of department, however, called on government and relevant stakeholders to take environmental issues more seriously, stressing that the sector holds significant potential for job creation, innovation, and entrepreneurship.
I'm encouraging government at all levels that they should stop treating environmental issues with kid gloves. Environmental issues should be given the attention that it deserves because it has the capacity of bringing youth together. Apart from solving our climate and pollution issues, it has the capacity of creating employment opportunities and various training programs for the youth. And if we do this for the youth, we have also helped in tackling youth restlessness and crime.
Meanwhile, the chairman of the Anti-Drug Abuse Committee at River State University, Promise Anele, has raised concern over what he described as the growing trend of content creators publicly engaging in illicit drug use on social media. Speaking in an interview to the FM's Uloma Wosu, Anele condemned the behavior as unacceptable, warning that such online displays risk normalizing substance abuse, particularly among young and impressionable users. He noted that social media platforms now play a powerful role in shaping attitudes and behaviors, making it important to scrutinize the kind of content being shared. Anele cautioned that glamorizing drug use online could worsen existing substance abuse challenges and mislead viewers into perceiving harmful practices as acceptable or desirable. He urged greater responsibility among content creators and stakeholders in addressing the influence of digital media on public health and youth behavior.
It creates a negative influence on the citizens, especially the young ones. They may wrongly think that that is the way to go. It's unacceptable. It should be discouraged. Social media has become a huge influence in our society today. We need to monitor what is put out there. We need to be sure that we're putting out the right message. So smoking illicit substance, posting for whatever reason is totally unacceptable. It should be discouraged because it has a lot of negative influence, especially on the young ones.
The paramount ruler of Rumomasi, Ezebunwo Godfrey says a free press is essential for effective and responsible journalism, stressing that traditional rulers in Rivers State support press freedom. Eze Godfrey, who made this known during the 2026 World Press Freedom Day celebration, emphasized that journalists, when granted full freedom, are better positioned to discharge their duties diligently and in the interest of society.
We are primary rulers, we go to occasions, I was invited other occasions we are also not being invited. I want to still say that the press should be giving peace. If you check of the global war today, it's only press who did not hang AK-34. So people should be given freedom, and that freedom should bring peace and development to the community, not the other way around.
Also speaking at the event, the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, River State Council, Paul Bazia Nsane, called for a more enabling environment that would allow journalists to carry out their duties effectively, while referencing this year's theme, Shaping a Future at Peace, promoting press freedom for human rights, development and security. Bazia Nsane highlighted the role of press freedom in nation building and expressed concern over the safety of journalists, citing cases of harassment by security agents and political actors.
A little over a year ago, we inherited a press in this state that was conflict-ridden. Every report that will come from River State is one crisis or another. And as an executive council, we deliberately decided to change the narrative to move from crisis conflict reporting to development communication to investment. But again, if the journalists have to meander their way and do their work safely in this present time amid rising global conflicts, then we have to ensure that the journalist is safe to do their job.
On their part, keynote speakers Professor Christopher Ochonogo and Pastor Pius Indume, who noted that maintaining peace in any society is not the sole responsibility of government, as journalists also play a critical role, advised journalists to uphold professional integrity by verifying information before publication.
It is a shared responsibility, and journalists are at the forefront. This they can do by presenting reports that are intended to engender peaceful coexistence among the diverse ethnic configuration of the country. Your words can divide or unite. Your stories can make or mar, destroy or rebuild.
We have ensured that this noble profession, journalism, is not evil spoken of or criticized because of our inability to fact-check the information or news we peddle or publish.
The managing director of A. Fluston International, Ambassador Florence Nwasuibe, has appealed to the River State government led by Governor Siminalayi Fubara to urgently consider the reconstruction of Cornerstone Road and its adjoining street through Choba NTA Road. Nwasuibe made the appeal during the dedication of the newly constructed duplex and the celebration of the 6th birthday of their son, Winnie Anderson, over the weekend in Port Harcourt. Florence Nwasuibe, who also serves as the Director of Welfare at the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, PHCCIMA, expressed joy over the double celebration in her family, but lamented that the deplorable condition of the Cornerstone Road is negatively affecting residents and road users. She cited the difficulties experienced by guests attending the event, noting that some vehicles broke down due to the poor state of the road, and also reflected on their humble beginnings, expressing gratitude to God for sustaining the family and advised others to remain steadfast in faith for family growth and stability.
I'm so happy to celebrate 6 years birthday of my son today, and I'm so happy for coming to this area, and a lot of people are here. Everybody's so excited. People love this place, but the only challenge they have is that they complain about the road. The Cornerstone Road is horrible, and it's a road that everybody, in fact, people want to come in this place. The road is very bad. I'm pleading our dear able governor Siminalayi to come to our rescue. They've been hearing that the road has been awarded. People cars are spoiling. People that came and they were all complaining the road is bad.
Some guests at the event expressed satisfaction with the housewarming ceremony and the 6th birthday celebration of Winnie, but also decried the poor condition of Cornerstone Road, calling for urgent government intervention.
The road is not good, especially those people using saloon cars. If the governor would do something as soon as possible, it will be a great honor. And the estate is so massive and beautiful. They have new developing houses. I think their constraint is the road. Please, they have good security, because some of my friends' car was parked outside and nothing was done. nobody impounded it. So please, they should concentrate on the road.
So the party is amazing, but one issue that we had is the access road. Very bad. It was very, very challenging to get here, and where we are coming to is close to the road, but because the road is very bad, it took us so long to get here.
We had fun. Just there's one challenge I had. I wasn't expecting the road, the entrance, their beautiful home to be this bad. It was really, really bad.
The travel and hospitality management agent, alongside her husband, Anderson Nwosuibe, who is the chief executive officer of Afloxin Limited, also appreciated friends and well-wishers who took out time of their busy schedules to attend the housewarming and birthday celebration of their son, Winnie Anderson. Today FM's correspondent, who was also at the event, reports that the celebration climaxed with the cutting of the housewarming and birthday cake, attended by dignitaries from all walks of life, including the immediate past president of PHCCIMA, Eze Sir Mike Elechi, a representative of G20, the managing director CEO of Goody Chemical International, Chief Godwin Atim, Chikodi DK, Emmanuel Ugbonda, Chief Emeka Ezekwe, Tony Umobodo, Edugam Hansen, among others. And on the foreign scene, Spain has announced plans to deploy more than 13,000 police officers and civil guards to secure the upcoming visit of Pope Leo XIV, scheduled for June 6 to 12. Interior Minister Fernando Grande Marlaska announced that the visit, the first papal trip to Spain since 2011, will see the pontiff travel to Madrid, Barcelona, and the Canary Islands, drawing large crowds across the deeply Catholic country. Grande Marlaska said the highest level of Spain's special security plan would be activated, citing multiple potential threats, including terrorism, radical groups, and possible disruptions from social movements. He noted that the operation would involve 11,000 police officers and 2,200 civil guards, with additional support from regional security forces, particularly in Catalonia, where Barcelona is located. The Pope's itinerary includes inaugurating a new tower at Barcelona's Sagrada Familia Basilica, designed by Catalan architect Antoni Gaudí, who was declared venerable in 2025 as part of the Catholic Church sainthood process. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has deployed 4 new permanent secretaries to strengthen governance. The Nigerian Senate has held public hearing on a bill to establish Revenue and Fiscal Management Institute. We told you that the board of the PDP has appointed interim NWC after Supreme Court ruling. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Spain has announced plans to deploy over 13,000 security personnel for the visit of Pope Leo XIV amid heightened threat concerns. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korie. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-838-92850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the world headlines today. I'm Rona Akbar. First, the headlines. Morocco king appoints son to senior defense position. 2 U.S. soldiers missing after military exercises in Morocco. Iran's navy warns seafarers amid U.S. effort to guide stranded ships. Japan Prime Minister says Iran war oil crisis is having an enormous impact in Asia. Details shortly. Tensions between Senegal's leaders came to the fore as President Bassirou Diomaye Faye sent a message to Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko. Faye warned of excessive personalization, saying that the party risks being destroyed if its participants don't change course. However, Sonko has a passionate following among the country's de-affected youth, with whom he is Pan-African. Anti-French rhetoric struck a chord ahead of the 2024 presidential election, but he was barred from running instead, backed the Faye, who later appointed him prime minister. Their PASTEF party won outright in the first round on the promise of a profound political shake-up, vowing to fight what they said was corruption and mismanagement of government affairs. Despite renewed global attention on ecosystem protection during Earth Day, the Congo Basin's forests, among the world's most vital carbon sinks, are facing mounting threats. In Congo-Brazzaville, overlapping land issues from mining to logging and artisanal gold extraction are accelerating deforestation and biodiversity loss in some of the country's most fragile forest massives. Across the country, the superimposition of mining, logging, and artisanal activities on the same land is putting unprecedented pressure on ecosystems. The phenomenon is particularly visible in the Mayombe Massif in Kolu and the Chailo Massif in Lekomo. In Mayombe, villages such as Lovolo are surrounded by competing projects. Morocco's King Mohammed VI has appointed his son, Prince Moulay El Hassan, to a senior coordinating role within the country's armed forces. The royal court said the prince was named coordinator of the offices and services of the General Staff of the Royal Armed Forces, a strategic position at the heart of Morocco's military structure. King Mohammed, who serves as the chief of the military general staff, made the appointment as part of efforts to strengthen institutional continuity within the armed forces. Crown Prince Moulay El Hassan has increasingly taken on official duties in recent years, representing the kingdom at high-level events, both at home and abroad. His new role is seen as a significant step in preparing him for future leadership responsibilities in the North African nation. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. 2 U.S. soldiers who went missing during a training deployment in southern Morocco appear to have fallen into the ocean near seaside cliffs. The troops disappeared in the Cap Drat training area, triggering an extensive land, air, and sea rescue operation involving U.S., Moroccan, and allied forces. The search was still underway, with helicopters, vessels, drones, mountaineers, and divers deployed across the rugged coastal terrain. The U.S. media reports suggested that the pair may have gone on a hike after completing their training, although the information has not independently confirmed. However, Morocco's armed forces confirmed their involvement in the search operation, highlighting ongoing military cooperation between Rabat and Washington. Iran said that ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must coordinate with Iranian authorities after the United States announced an effort to open the strait. The United States kicked off an effort to guide stranded ships from the Iran-gripped Strait of Hormuz as it tries to counter economic disruptions that outlasted the peak of fighting with no peace deal in sight, a day after U.S. President Donald Trump announced what he called Project Freedom. The Joint Maritime Information Center said the U.S. had set up an enhanced security area south of typical shipping routes and urged mariners to coordinate closely with Omani authorities due to anticipated high traffic volume. The center warned that passing close to the usual routes known as the traffic separation scheme should be considered extremely hazardous due to the presence of mines that have not been fully surveyed and mitigated. The global oil supply squeeze from shipping disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz during the United States-Israeli war on Iran is having an enormous impact across the Asia-Pacific. Japan's Prime Minister Senai Takaichi made the comments during a visit to Australia, where both countries signed agreements to boost cooperation on energy and critical minerals. Roughly 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas supplies normally pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but shipping has been essentially blocked by Iran since it was attacked by the US and Israel beginning on February 28. According to the International Energy Agency, 80% of that oil is destined for Asia, and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has been inflicting enormous impact on the Indo-Pacific. Australia provides approximately 1/3 of Japan's energy supplies and is the country's largest market for liquefied natural gas. Cheap, mass-produced one-way drones have played a major role in the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran since the first attacks on Tehran in February 28, as Iran uses these drones to target energy facilities, air bases, and other strategic sites across the Gulf and Israel. The U.S. and Israel has used expensive interceptor missiles for defense. To counter the drone threat, Gulf states and their U.S. partners have turned to Ukrainian-made anti-drone technology, battle-tested against Russian drone attacks. In late March, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar to offer counter-drone expertise, signing a 10-year defense agreement with all three countries. He later confirmed that Ukrainian forces took part in active operations using domestically produced interceptor drones, shooting down Iranian Shaheds in several Gulf countries. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says European leaders have gotten the message after United States President Donald Trump announced plans to withdraw 5,000 soldiers from Germany. Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with NATO allies, accusing them of not doing enough to support the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. However, Rutte acknowledged disappointment from the U.S. side. The Pentagon announced the troop withdrawal from Germany days after German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said Iran was humiliating the U.S. during the negotiations aimed at ending the war. And the European Union's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, called the announcement timing a surprise. Two senior United States Republican lawmakers have criticized the Pentagon's decision to cut 5,000 U.S. troops stationed in Germany, saying the move could undermine deterrence efforts and send the wrong signal to Russia. Roger Wicker and Mike Rogers, who chair the Senate and the House Armed Services Committees respectively, said the troops should not be withdrawn but instead relocated further east in Europe. Pentagon spokesperson Shane Parnell said on Friday that the decision followed a thorough review and reflected theater requirements and conditions on the ground. On Saturday, President Donald Trump said further troop reductions could take place, though he did not provide details. The United States currently has more than 36,000 active duty troops in Germany. Germany's Defense Minister Boris Pistorius described the Pentagon's decision as foreseeable. Speaking to the DPA news agencies, Pistorius said the presence of American soldiers in Europe, especially in Germany, remains in the interest of both Germany and the United States. The NATO military alliance said it is seeking clarification from Washington. Turkey's inflation rate has risen again, with official figures showing annual inflation climbed to 32.37% in April, up from 30.9% in March. The data released by the Turkish Statistics Agency came in higher than market expectations, signaling renewed pressure on the country's economy. On a month-to-month basis, consumer prices increased by 4.18% in April, a sharp rise from 1.9% recorded in March. Analysts attribute the surge largely to higher costs in housing, electricity, gas, water, and other essential household services. Meanwhile, independent economists from the inflation research group ENAG have disputed the official figures, estimating inflation at 55.38% year-on-year. Turkey has struggled with persistent double-digit inflation since 2019, with rates remaining above 30% for 4 consecutive years, after peaking at over 75% in May 2024. And that story from Turkey concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Uloma Nwosu of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Morocco king has appointed his son to senior defense position. We told you that 2 U.S. soldiers have been missing after a military exercise in Morocco. You heard that Iran's navy has warned seafarers amid U.S. efforts to guide stranded ships. And finally, Japan Prime Minister says Iran war oil crisis has created an enormous impact in Asia. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
BBC World Service, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. The Sudanese Journalists Syndicate wins a major UN award as press freedom declines globally. What's their message to the world?
Don't ignore Sudan. This war, if it was continue, it will extend to the neighboring Sudanese country. This will affect all the continent, security and stability.
And how memes and AI political images are reshaping global power and narratives around the US-Israel war with Iran.
It's had offline effects in that if you look at some of the No Kings marches, the protests against President Trump in the United States, people are actually printing messages from these Lego videos. They are creating, effigies and physical artifacts from what they're seeing, meaning it's having an effect there.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. The US military says American guided missile destroyers have passed through the Strait of Hormuz and are now operating in the Gulf as part of an operation to break Iran's blockade. US Central Command denied an Iranian claim that one warship had been forced to turn back and said 2 US-flagged merchant vessels had successfully transited the strait. Here's our White House reporter, Bent de Boosman.
There's been very little clarity either from the Pentagon or from the White House about where things stand in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump had said that Project Freedom, as he's calling it, will begin today, but there was no formal announcement. This CENTCOM announcement that two U.S.-flagged vessels have transited through the strait does suggest that it has begun, but what we don't know is what exactly it looks like. I just spoke to one former Pentagon official who was focused on the Middle East, who said his understanding is that this is air cover and protection from drone and missile strikes rather than a physical escort of ships through the strait.
European leaders gathered in Armenia have stressed the need for a coordinated approach to security in response to global turmoil and strained relations with Washington. The EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said Europe should step up its military capabilities by speeding up production. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said the continent should be prepared against all threats. His words were echoed by the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni.
I also think now we have to step up our game. That means to pass from our capacity to react to our capacity to anticipate. That means we have to focus much more on our strategy in the long term.
A Ukrainian official says there's been a huge increase in Russian drone attacks on port infrastructure. The Deputy Prime Minister, Alexei Kuleba, said more than 800 were recorded between January and April, compared with just 75 in the same period in 2025. Despite this, the ports continued to operate. The health authorities in Cape Verde have refused to allow a cruise ship with a suspected deadly hantavirus outbreak to dock, saying they must protect the local population. The Dutch operator of the vessel, the passengers, have died. Oceanwide Expeditions says it's still dealing with a serious medical situation on the ship, which has sailed from Argentina to Cape Verde. Pumze Fulani reports from Johannesburg.
The cruise ship MV Honduras in investigation into the outbreak. Its owners say they are hoping that symptomatic patients on board can be treated there, though the island nation is currently not allowing anyone to disembark. There were at least 150 tourists on board when the ship left Argentina last month.
World News from the BBC. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has claimed victory in the West Bengal state elections, the first time his Hindu nationalist BJP has won there. The West Bengal success is significant for the BJP, which lacks a two-thirds majority in the federal parliament to enable it to introduce a uniform civil code across India. Nigeria's government says it's initiated plans for the voluntary repatriation of Nigerian citizens from South Africa following a wave of anti-immigration protests there. The Foreign Ministry in Abuja said around 130 of its citizens have so far registered for the scheme. Thomas Nardi has this report.
The Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has urged its nationals to remain calm as they work with South Africa to address the pattern of xenophobic attacks. Experts have warned that diplomatic tensions could escalate, possibly leading to severed relationships and reprisals. Over 30% of South Africans are unemployed, sparking frustrations and sometimes violent protests targeting African immigrants. President Cyril Ramaphosa has condemned the unlawful actions of protesters and promised to fix the country's immigration problems.
Spanish police say they've made what's believed to be the country's biggest ever seizure of cocaine from a ship in waters close to the Canary Islands. The haul, estimated to be between 35 and 40 tonnes, was found packed in the hold of the vessel, which was reportedly travelling from Sierra Leone's capital, Freetown. Around 20 people were arrested. Football fans in the world's two most populous countries don't yet know whether they'll be able to watch the World Cup, which starts next month in the United States, Canada and Mexico. No television or digital deal has yet been agreed between broadcasters in India and China and the sport's world governing body, FIFA. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello there, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Today we hear about the courage, tenacity and the professionalism required to be a journalist in war-torn Sudan. At this year's World Press Freedom Day, the Sudanese Journalists Syndicate has been recognized with a major UN award.
It is a very difficult situation and risky situations. The journalism is one of the dangerous professional you can do in Sudan. For a long time, if you show your ID as a journalist, you will be targeted. There will be suspicions that you are supporting, you are pro one of the war sides. You can go on detentions, can be beaten.
And have you seen those viral AI videos or memes about the war in Iran? They are being called slopaganda, but how is it shaping narratives among younger people?
And the thing that I don't think anyone is talking about is that some of these come with AI-generated songs. Right. And Charles, if I could tell you, some of those clips from songs, just like 5 to 7 second clip, they are doing more numbers in a way of saying than the images themselves. Because now they are programming a scripted narrative in the minds especially of younger people who typically operate on these short-form vertical video platforms.
It's Monday, the 4th of May. Did you know that simply speaking to you like this has in some cases led to people like me being arrested, tortured or worse? Every day, journalists try to do the same job, to pass on accurate information to the public and to hold those in power accountable. It's an important job, yet in many places across Africa and beyond, it comes with real risks. Journalists are harassed, detained, kidnapped or even killed for their reporting. Now, as the world marked Press Freedom Day on May 3rd, UNESCO has named the Sudanese Journalists Syndicate as the winners of the UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Prize 2026. Since the war in Sudan began in 2023, the syndicate says more than 30 journalists have been killed, and more than 500 violations against media workers have been reported. This makes the country one of the most dangerous places in the world to be a journalist. We asked Taria Trutia, UNESCO's Chief of Journalist Safety and Freedom of Expression, to tell us why the Sudanese syndicate was awarded.
So UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Prize is an extraordinary courage for Sudanese journalists. This award is really powerful because it's not about recognition, it's about standing with journalists in Sudan at this very critical moment. We have been working quite a lot with Sudan and Sudanese journalists and supporting them to UNESCO's multi-donor program on freedom of expression and safety of journalists. One example that we have been working on is to providing them safety places where they can be relocated in critical situations. So you can see that this prize is really very important, recognizing the important work and they supporting them to continue their work. It's a recognition for all Sudanese journalists altogether.
Now I have been speaking with Abdelmonem Abu Idris Ali, who chairs the Sudanese Journalists Syndicate. Firstly, congratulations for being the recipients of this award. Could you give me your reaction to this?
This is for us as a Sudanese journalist suffering from a very difficult situation during this war. It is recognition from the world that the role of the Sudanese journalist telling the truth and struggling to do a professional work in covering the situation which UN call it the worst crisis all over the world. Still the world is remembering the Sudanese journalists and the Sudanese civilians.
Could you speak to us about the environment broadly that you and your colleagues have been operating in, since the war broke out in 2023?
It is a very difficult situation and risky situations. The journalism is one of the dangerous professional you can do in Sudan. For a long time, if you show your ID as a journalist, you will be targeted. There will be suspicions that you are supporting, you are pro one of the war sides, can go on detentions, can be beaten. According to that, we lost 35 of our colleagues killed during this war, and still we have 6 of our colleagues under detention. Some of them, it's more than a year they are under detentions, and we are worried about their situations. We don't know, because no way to communicate with their family or their lawyers or whatever.
Yeah.
Also, we are working in a situation fully of fake news and rumors. Both sides of the war, they are trying to use social media, and this is put more pressure on the professional journalists to do a fact-checking.
Right. So your syndicate then has documented more than 30 cases of deaths of journalists since this war began, as you said. Could you, if you can, tell us some of the circumstances under which these deaths have happened?
The first one, our colleague Halima, she has been crushed by a military car while she are reporting to her TV channels. Our colleagues Ahmed Arabi, he was taken outside of his house and he was shot dead in front of his house by armed men. This is just only 2 examples. And also our colleague Isam, he was being shot dead inside his house, and they keep his body. After 4 days, his neighbor discovered his body inside his house. And in general, we documented 680 violence against the journalists during this war. 25 of this figure in the first 3 months in 2026. It means that still the journalists under targeting, still we are in a very difficult situation.
So for your colleagues that you said were shot dead, and it sounds very, very painful and shocking, were you able to do some work to look at how or why that happened as a syndicate? May they have been covering some stories that someone was not happy about?
We are trying our best, calling for the authorities to start investigations about the killing and to bring the perpetrators to the court. But because of the war situation, till now, there is no case have been taken to the court or a real investigation have been done for the cases. We understand that some of our colleagues, they are not satisfied from what we did, but we are working in a very tricky situations. Even numbers of our board have been taken refuge, others Sudanese journalists. We are trying our best to document the violence against colleagues and trying to do some campaign to protect our colleagues and to solve some issues during the detentions. We succeed to do some, and we fail in some cases.
So according to UNESCO, during the awarding of this award to your group, they say that 90% of Sudan's media infrastructure has been destroyed. Could you tell us what that looks like for you on a day-to-day basis?
Most of the media houses in Sudan, they are in Khartoum, in the downtown of Khartoum, where the war started from the day one. Most of the media houses have been destroyed. Some of the equipment have been looted, and this has brought 80% of journalists to lose their jobs. Some of them, they changed their professional to another jobs. Some of them, they have been displaced to other part of the country. Some of them take refuge in the neighboring country. And this is one of the biggest problem in Sudan because for months, the only source for information for Sudanese people is social media. This is opens the way for the fake news, for hate speech, and for the rumors. Still, we have hundreds of our colleagues that are jobless, and they are suffering economically with their families.
Right, I see. Is there a way that, as a syndicate, if you could just let us in on your operations, how do you try and assist, some of those that have been affected, the ones that have been stuck in war zones or have had to flee and, they have no source of income? Is there a way that you're working with them or giving them any sort of support?
We try our best to help economically. Also, the syndicate itself is suffering from the economic situation because the board of the syndicates, after the war started, decide to stop taking the shares, monthly shares of the members of the syndicates, which is the main source of finance for the syndicates. And we try to our best to get some finance from NGOs, even from our colleagues who are working for regional and international media. They are cut part of their salaries to help their colleagues. And generally, during this war, we helped 1,000 journalists economically. Among them, 50, because of their health situation, we help them to cover their medical needs. We are not satisfied by this number because we know the gap is very big. This is have been done in a very tough situation.
How was the environment like before this war started in 2023?
Before the war, definitely the situation, it is not that nice, but it's good. Now we witnesses how the war is complicated the situations and how the war is bringing new difficulties for journalists.
Right, it's definitely gotten much, much worse there. So as a journalist then, what's the one thing you would say you want people to know about Sudan now? You're there, you've been covering this story for the last 3 years, and the country has been through some very, very difficult moments, and the people of the country especially.
As I'm Sudanese journalist, want to know, and especially the Africans, our presence in African's continent, don't ignore Sudan. This war, if it was continue, it will extend to the neighboring Sudanese country. This will affect all the continent, security and stability.
So before I let you go, Abdel Monim, I'm wondering, after you've received this award now and this recognition, I don't know what it reminded you of, maybe perhaps a story that you covered or a source that you've been speaking to. What did it remind you of?
It reminded me to a source that speaking to during the siege on Al-Fashir. They have been killed. After a while, I speaking to them, and this is show how this war destroy even the source for the journalist, because those source, two of them are medical source, and one of them is a local leader, and just they died after like 10 hours after I spoke to.
Yeah, that's very devastating. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Many thanks to Abdel Monim Abu Idris Ali, Chair of the Sudanese Journalists Syndicate. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. As you scroll through your phone between breaking news alerts, group chats, and viral videos, you may suddenly stumble on something that feels completely out of place. Not from influencers or comedians, but from official government accounts. Surreal meme-style animations, Lego-like characters, exaggerated visuals, and storytelling that feels intentionally playful, almost like a TikTok trend rather than a diplomatic message. Now, since the US-Israel tensions with Iran escalated earlier this year, something like this has been unfolding online. Iran's digital presence has expanded dramatically. Its embassies, especially across Africa, no longer communicate like traditional government offices. Instead, they are speaking in a new internet language, visual, fast-moving, and designed to grab attention in a crowded social feed. But Iran is not alone in this shift. On the US side, the tone is no less surreal. So what exactly is going on? My colleague Basma Elati has been finding out.
So here's something wild that's been happening online. Iranian embassies across Africa have kind of been leading this whole wave of what people are calling slopaganda. And honestly, some of their posts have really taken off. Especially the Iranian embassy in South Africa X account. At one point, when a ceasefire was announced between Iran, Israel, and the US, they posted, "Say hello to the new word superpower." Just like that, no explanation, just dropped it and let the internet run with it. Then they jumped into the conversation again when a Guardian article came out saying Iran was basically winning the social media war. The headline on the Guardian article was something like, "Viral victory, Iran is beating the land of tech bros in the social media wars." And the embassy replied, "Modern Iranian digital diplomacy born in South Africa." And it's not just South Africa. The Iranian embassy in Zimbabwe also had one of the most viral posts on X when the US President Donald Trump was threatening Iran over closing the Strait of Hormuz. They posted on X, "We've lost the keys." And then on the US side, things aren't exactly normal either. Trump recently had to explain an AI-generated image of himself that was going quite viral because some people, a lot of people actually, thought he looked like Jesus in the picture. He deleted it later, but he said it was actually him as a Red Cross doctor.
I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one.
Many thanks to my colleague Basma Elati. So, slopaganda it is, but what exactly does it mean? Here is Mark Kaigwa. He's a digital strategy expert in Nairobi.
Slopaganda is this new emerging sort of political information warfare where people are exchanging and creating narratives that previously would have been very hard to accomplish because of time or effort, but using AI, they can essentially create very high quality and high volume content to influence narratives.
And is that where we can categorize the kind of exchange that we've been seeing online between the US and Iran since the war started? I mean, we've seen accounts run by embassies and diplomatic missions, especially in Africa, pretty much become meme accounts.
Yeah, they've essentially taken on what looks like some liberties to communicate in two ways that really are very different. So one is at a volume. So sometimes they're not even necessarily creating new content as much as on places like X, formerly known as Twitter, they are doing something called quote posting, formerly known as quote tweeting. So they take someone else's content, and that could be a meme too. But it's the tone, it's the language, it's the ability for us to see. We evolved from the way that typical diplomatic, communication or communiques happen, which is letters. And again, at least with what we've been tracking in our research and work, we've never seen something like that before. And you would, presume that Iran in one way would have seemingly, both for geopolitical, military, economic and other reasons, the lower hand, right? They wouldn't possess some sort of material advantage. However, I think what we've seen just in the impact of some of these AI-generated videos, typically using Lego characters from a group of young Iranians called Explosive Media, who typically publish on Telegram, and many of their accounts on these social networks have been removed. Now, what's happened with them is that they've obviously been folded into the influence operations, it would seem, related to the war in Iran, and that is actually trending on American platforms. That's the thing for us to remember, is that places like X and Facebook and Instagram and even WhatsApp, by extension, are American platforms. TikTok would be, Chinese and American. But I say all of that because the challenge of what this brings for us is, one, any other conflicts where we would see similar approaches taken, because it's essentially writing a new book in terms of digital diplomacy with what the embassies have done. It's writing a new book somewhat in terms of propaganda. It's had offline effects in that if you look at some of the No Kings marches, the protests against President Trump in the United States, people are actually printing messages from these Lego videos. They are creating removing, effigies and physical artifacts from what they're seeing, meaning it's having an effect there. And the thing that I don't think anyone is talking about is that some of these come with AI-generated songs. Right. And Charles, if I could tell you, some of those clips from songs, just like 5 to 7 second clip, they are doing more numbers in a way of saying than the images themselves, because now they are programming a scripted narrative in the minds, especially of younger people who typically operate on these short-form vertical video platforms.
Why do you think there is such a heavy involvement of Iranian diplomatic missions and embassies in Africa in this information war?
People are looking to social media, and there, the size of a tweet or post from President Trump or even my next door neighbor are about the same size. And so you don't have necessarily the same prominence there. Yes, you have the signal of retweets and posts. So what's happening is we're seeing new quote-unquote battleground that says, let's not send emissaries or sort of talking heads, as they're called in the media, towards mainstream media. Let's instead meet people in a place they've not seen the embassy of Iran. And what for me is surprising or unprecedented is this is being done at an institutional level. Sometimes you would argue, it's an individual ambassador taking some liberties, and we've seen that before in Kenya and other places in Africa, but now it's the institution. And from what I can tell, at least with our work at NENDO on this particular matter, it's not just in Africa either. It seems to be a global South positioning.
I'm wondering whether this makes this moment light, the fact that it's a war, but it's content that will often make people laugh or lead to a light moment. What do you think?
I think that's a great point. I think there's a couple layers to that. So one is we have a series of long-running conflicts in different parts of the world, right? We've got what's been happening in Gaza, we've got Sudan, we've got Ukraine, and we have others across the world. Now, when we examine conflicts like that and some of the casualties, some of the reporting, the aspect of just how harrowing and how challenging it is to witness those scenes, at some point, one of the challenges, the longer these conflicts go on, the harder it is to keep surfacing up some of those really challenging imagery, either on mainstream media or even online, even though they do happen. So what makes this different is that this is indeed speaking to the conflict, and almost like you're saying, almost seemingly in a trivial way, but it's in a way that the algorithms on social media will not flag. The algorithmic sort of rules, right, of showing some of these more, gruesome or difficult situations. If you examine these videos, again, you have military combat taking place, right? You have missiles, you have essentially very adult, or rather, very serious material covered. So the way I see it is they're essentially finding ways to pass across their narrative and their message.
But between the US and Iran, and especially in Africa, is anyone going to win this propaganda war?
It depends on what winning is, right? I would say that the approach with the Lego videos and their sort of unprecedented levels of virality and success has meant that to a certain extent, at least if you're judging winning by how far, how wide these videos are trending, and I presume, in a very cautious estimate here, but definitely the Iranians seem to have hit on something here, and there's still no telling whether they do other experiments and add new approaches with either video or audio or this sort of tweeting and posting style to get even more views and take their message to even more people.
Many thanks to digital strategy expert Mark Kaigwa. That's Focus on Africa today, and before I go, we have been hearing from some of you about youth in the diaspora returning to African countries. We did this episode in audio on Friday and on video on Saturday. Emmanuel Senesi in Freetown said, Africa is home and diasporas should come back. Martin Maniel Wugol in Juba said, indeed, home is home no matter what happens. Home is always the best, and African diaspora should always acknowledge that reality in their entire lives when in foreign countries. A quick reminder, you can watch that episode on the BBC News Africa YouTube page. Now, the way to speak with us is by sending a WhatsApp message to +254 791 269 243. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or reach us on social media at BBC Africa. Today's episode came together through the efforts of Basma El Ati in Nairobi. It was supervised by Bella Twine and Blessing Aderoba, and Maxwell Onyango mixed it. Our editors are Priya Sipi and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Charles Gitonga, and we'll speak again soon.
This is Today 95.1